I call the meeting of the Arizona Board of Regents to order. Suzanne, would you please confirm we have a quorum?
Yes, we're good here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. A link to the live stream of the public meeting is available on the board's website under ABOR Live or by going to YouTube and searching for ABOR News. Regent McCain, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to thank President Garamella and his entire team for hosting our November meeting in the Health Sciences Innovation Building. This is a first for us being here. We're glad to be here. The board will convene an executive session immediately following the call to the audience for the items listed on the executive agenda portion of the public listing. Public session will resume this afternoon at approximately 1:15 p.m. Friday morning, the board will reconvene in executive session for the remaining executive session items. I would like to make a motion now for the board to enter into executive session immediately following the call to the audience. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. Before we begin the call to the audience, we are going to play a video.
During our regular board governance in a public setting. Call to the audience is just one way the public can address the board. Alternate ways are available through our website at www.azregents.edu. To ensure a fair distribution of time for each call to the audience speaker, the board has a policy governing the call to the audience. If you have any materials for the regents, please give them to our board secretary, and she will distribute them to the board. ABOR Policy 1-114 states that subject to the discretion of the chair, requests to appear before the board shall be scheduled in the following order of priority until the available time is exhausted. 1. Speakers who wish to address matters scheduled for the current meeting agenda. 2. Speakers who wish to address matters not scheduled for the current meeting agenda and who have not addressed the board at a call to the audience in the previous 6 months. 3. Speakers who wish to address matters not scheduled for the current meeting agenda and who have addressed the board at a call to the audience in the previous 6 months. Please note that if a speaker does not identify a topic, they will be treated as addressing a matter which is not scheduled for board action or discussion at that meeting. Generally, the board will not respond to comments or presentations made at the call to the audience, but may refer matters to its staff or to university personnel for study or recommendations. The board reserves the right to limit the number of presenters on any one topic. The chair will determine the length of time for each speaker based on the number of requests received. When you are called to speak, please proceed to the lectern. When the speaker has reached the allotted time, the board chair will ask the speaker to conclude their comments. After 10 seconds, the chair will thank the speaker and ask the board secretary to call the next speaker. When the allotted 30 minutes of call to the audience is complete, any speakers not called may submit their comments to the board through the board's website. Speakers may also provide any materials to the board secretary to disseminate to the regents. Thank you for your thoughtful engagement and adherence to the guidelines for call to the audience.
So we have 15 people signed up to speak today. To keep us on schedule, each speaker has 2 minutes. As a courtesy to each speaker, our assistant board secretary, Rachel, will hold up a sign signaling how much time the speaker has remaining. Once your time is up, the microphone will be turned off and the next speaker will be called. We want to hear from as many speakers as possible. Today we have 15, so please be respectful of other speakers' time. Suzanne, please call our first speaker.
Thank you, Chair Goodyear. When your name is called, please proceed to the assigned podium, A or B. Our first speaker is Micah Dyer at podium A, followed by Elijah Williams at podium B.
Okay, good morning, Chair, Regents, Presidents, and members of the board. My name is Micah Dyer, and I serve as the Vice President of Policy for the Undergraduate Student Government at ASU West Valley. And I just want to speak briefly about the proposed revision to ABOR 1-114, which would require public comment requests to be submitted 1 hour prior to the meeting. Student participation in these meetings is one of the most important avenues we have to engage directly with statewide decision makers, and many students arrange their schedules, commutes, and work responsibilities very carefully to be able to attend, often arriving right as the room opens. And for those students, the ability to make a public comment can depend on the information they don't have access to until they're physically here. And so shortening the flexibility around comment, sign up, risks unintentionally limiting that participation. And I know that that is not the intention of the body. And I want to acknowledge and appreciate the communication from the student regents on this item and their willingness to work on this and communicate that in collaboration as this moves forward. But my goal is simple, to work with all of you on a solution that, one, supports the board's needs for an efficient process while also keeping the door open for meaningful student and public engagement. And if the comment deadline is moved earlier, then I think pairing it with an accessible pathway, such as online or digital advanced signups, would make a tremendous difference. Students navigate enough challenges when seeking to engage in statewide policy conversations, but I'm confident that together we can ensure this revision doesn't simply add another barrier, but instead strengthens transparency, access, and participation. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to the discussion on this item. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elijah Williams at podium B, followed by Milad Hassankani. Please proceed to podium A.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the members of the Arizona Board of Regents for allowing me to speak today. Public education has always rested on a simple promise that when students walk onto a campus in Arizona, whether it be in Flagstaff, Tucson, or Tempe, they can always trust that their university will open their doors and not close them. That will prepare them for a life of purpose and leadership. Today, that trust is being tested more than ever. I believe that Arizona universities are uniquely positioned to lead the way forward if we commit to public trust. Public trust begins with access and affordability. When a student from Yuma, Window Rock, or South Phoenix sees a path to a degree without lifelong debt, we build trust. When a first generation and rural students feel supported and seen, welcomed, and heard, we build trust. Trust is also strengthened through honest communication about how universities use resources, measure success, and prepare students for jobs in Arizona. Public trust grows when universities serve as guardians of democracy, places where students feel seen and heard and are able to think critically, engage respectfully, and understand the complex issues facing our state and nation. In a time of polarization, our campuses can be models of civic dialogue and shared purpose. The future of higher education in Arizona will depend on not just our new programs and technology, but renewing the bond between universities and the people they serve. If we lead with transparency, equity, and commitment to student success, then public trust won't be something we can earn back, it'll be something we strengthen every single day. Thank you.
The next speaker is Milad Hassankani at podium A, followed by Benjamin Huffman. Please proceed to podium B.
Members of Arizona Board of Regents, student regents, and my fellow student leaders, good morning. My name is Milad Hassankani. I'm a fourth-year doctoral candidate, and I serve as the treasurer for Graduate and Professional Student Council here at the University of Arizona. I'm here today on behalf of graduate and professional students of the University of Arizona and across Arizona's public universities to address health insurance coverage. Graduate students live on tight budgets and rely on modest stipends. The ABOR Student Health Insurance Plan provides essential medical coverage, but dental and vision care are limited or moved into separate discount programs. When those needs go untreated, they quickly become academic barriers. These services are not luxuries. A cracked tooth can mean choosing between treatment and rent. Out-of-date glasses make it difficult to fully meet our responsibilities and reduce the efficiency. When preventative care is out of reach, small issues can become into emergencies that disrupt research, teaching, and making progress towards our degrees. Today, we respectfully ask the board to improve dental and vision coverage in the system-wide student health insurance plan by directing the appropriate committee to evaluate affordable options such as an optional add-on or a bundled plan across the 3 universities and price any new coverage with stipend level incomes in mind. These steps would support your goals of access, student success, and affordability. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next speaker is Benjamin Huffman at podium B, followed by Abraham Denstead. Please proceed to podium A.
Hello, Regents, and hello, esteemed guests. My name is Benjamin Huffman. I am the Executive Vice President here at the University of Arizona in our ASUA student government. I'm here to talk to us about a big issue, campus safety, something that affects all of us students here, and something that I believe through your collaboration and through effort, joint effort that is, we can make great strides. As many of you know, a few weeks ago, we lost a number of students due to various accidents at pedestrian crossings that still continue to happen on campus and the surrounding areas. I'm here not because that is new information to many of you, but because it is a continuing problem that, despite operating as a priority for so many in this room, still requires effort and support. Through our student government, we have just recently passed a resolution advocating for different opportunities and wanting to highlight to students some different awareness pieces that we can support. But I look to you as a legislative body and as a board to increase financial support through those initiatives to help fund our UAPD and various other safety organizations that help this campus achieve its paramount goal, right? To allow students to have access to education if they can't leave their home, their dorms, and navigate this campus freely. That's a huge barrier. So I continue to not only urge you to operate as a priority, but to increase its support to do so. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Abraham Denstead at podium A, followed by Naomi Campus. Please proceed to podium B.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Arizona Board of Regents, Regent Garcia, Regent Fisher, and President Cruz Rivera. It's great to see you guys again. I am Abraham Denstead, and I am a senator for the Associated Students of NAU. I'm here today to speak about recent changes to the study abroad program at NAU. Students received an email last Monday, November 10th, from the Center for International Education that next academic year, no students will be able to participate in year-long programs in mainland China. There is no communication about this abrupt change, and students, myself included, are unsettled and angry at this abrupt change. According to a September House Select Committee on a strategic competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, it states that NAU's relationship with CQPT and Chongqing is at high risk of espionage. This exact same thing also happened at U of A between its 4 microcampuses in Hubei and Beijing. If one school appeared in the report, either at U of A or NAU, why are they all being cut off for the year-long programs between NAU and China? Students in the IGP program, including personal friends, are being forced to rethink the past 3 years of their college careers due to an immediate, unannounced decision. To quote a student, "Half of the reason I went to NAU was to study abroad in China through the IGP program." The Trump administration recently issued a statement encouraging more international students to study in the United States. If we could take more students, why are we unable to send our own students abroad? When NAU ended programs in the past, it began teach-out policies to allow our students to finish their studies without having feeling the need to transfer schools. Will NAU implement these policies for our students, or will they be left scrambling? And how will ABOR and NAU create transparency about any of these changes in the future? Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Naomi Campus at podium B, followed by Alan Stant. Please proceed to podium A.
Whenever. Okay. Good morning, Chair Goodyear and Regents. My name is Naomi Campos. I work for Airmark at Arizona State University on the Tempe campus. We show up every day for the ASU students, but this semester has been incredibly difficult. With so many workers quitting and not enough staff to replace them, the pressure on the rest of us has become overwhelming. Student workers especially deal with a lot of disrespect and stress. Even though they're not part of our union, the way they're treated affects the whole workplace. When student workers are overwhelmed or spoken to poorly, the rest of us feel the impact too, and it just shows how deep the problems really are. Unlike us, students make just minimum wage, which is not enough to live on and drags down wages for the rest of us. Since our contract ended in August, we've been bargaining with Armark. This Monday, hundreds of my coworkers and I voted 99% to authorize a strike. We can walk off the job whenever we feel is necessary. I voted yes because I'm ready to do whatever it takes to win a fair contract, and if I have to go on strike, I'm ready to do that. My coworkers and I drove all the way down here because we think it's important that you know what to expect. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Alan Stant at podium A, followed by Ashley Ray. Please proceed to podium B.
Hello, Ellen. Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Ellen Stant. I work for Aramark at Arizona State University on the Tempe campus. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I take pride in serving ASU students, but the semester has been extremely challenging. Staffing shortages, heavy workloads, and high turnover have made it harder and harder for us to keep dining running the way students deserve. In the dining hall, workers are getting their hours out even while being asked to do more, like covering multiple stations and fewer people. I know how hard I work and I know what I'm worth, more than what I'm being paid. How are any of us supposed to survive when we are being paid so little and now being scheduled less? Our union contract expired in August, and we've been meeting with Aramark to fix these problems. On Monday, workers voted 99% to authorize a strike, which means we are prepared to take action at any moment. A strike would affect all ASU campuses. It's not a decision that we take lightly, but we need real improvements. I voted to authorize a strike because I'm ready to fight for a fair contract and for the respect we deserve. I'm prepared to strike with my coworkers if it becomes necessary. If the Regents and the university hope to avoid labor disruptions in the weeks and months ahead, it's time to tell Aramark to take our demands seriously. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Ashley Ray at podium B, followed by Zachary Bush. Please proceed to podium A.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Ashley Ray. I work for Aramark at Arizona State University on the downtown Phoenix campus. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I'm proud to represent the university, and I love serving students. This semester has been one of the toughest we've seen. Workers are quitting because of the workload and understaffing, and those of us who stay are pushed to the limit. Since the beginning of the semester, nearly 150 workers have resigned their positions. At least some of those who quit told me they felt too overwhelmed by the constant rush and the understaffing to keep working there. I'm the only full-time person in my unit, and management keeps assigning new people for me to train, even though I was barely trained myself. I struggle to take my 15-minute break, and it's hard to take a 30-minute lunch because I have to wait for a manager to send someone to cover me. I'm on my feet all day, and it's hard to get a rest break, so I get it. I can't blame the ones who left, but I can't leave this job because I have to support myself, and I'm my only support system. Our collective bargaining agreement expired in August, which means that workers in our union have the right to strike and picket as part of our fight for what we deserve. We've put forward a full proposal to the company based on what we think we deserve, but we still haven't heard back on any of our wage or benefit proposals. Either way, we're determined to win, and we will do what it takes. We're here because we want to bring the issues we're facing to light as labor conflict becomes likely. Thank you for your time and for listening.
The next speaker is Zachary Bush at podium A, followed by Eric Cadman. Please proceed to podium B.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Zachary Bush. I work for Aramark at Arizona State University on the Hacienda campus. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I love my job and what I do to serve the students, but right now the conditions we are expected to work in are incredibly difficult and sometimes unsafe. Recently I was on a shift and the sanitizer dispenser was broken. It usually measures out how much we need to use, but we consistently have to pour directly from the jug and do our best to judge on eye. Two of the coolers in my dining hall were broken and often leaks water onto the floor, and I have seen students trip on the puddles multiple times, even with floor signs laid out. On top of all that, our air conditioning has had issues for weeks until it was over 90 degrees in our workplace when it came in. The managers finally fixed it. We've also had multiple pieces of equipment that are broken and missing that we've known about since the beginning of the semester that management hasn't done anything about yet. These are just a few things that I have seen personally, and I voted to authorize a strike because I'm ready to fight for fair contract, safe working environment, and the basic respect that my coworkers and I deserve. And if that means going on strike, I know that we're ready. It's time to tell Aramark that our demands are serious and to fix the problems that put both students and workers at risk. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Eric Cadman at podium B, followed by Natalie Dalton. Please proceed to podium A.
Good morning, ABOR. It's good to be back. My name is Eric Cadman. I'm a shop steward and a food service worker at the Hacienda Dining Hall for Aramark at Arizona State University on the Tempe campus. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11, and I am proud to represent the university and serve the students. But right now, I'll be honest, it's tough going into work because of the disrespect we face from management on top of being very understaffed. There's a constant rush all day at the Hacienda Dining Hall. At the same time, I'm worrying because our wages are so low and healthcare is very expensive. There are a number of my coworkers who are not getting their healthcare needs met at all because they simply cannot afford it. During my orientation when I started working at ASU, I was given the wrong healthcare information when I started, which led me to enroll in the wrong plan. Because of that, I had to pay over $3,000 out of pocket for an urgent root canal, the kind of 4:36 in the morning pain that wakes you up and you don't know whether you can go into work. Thankfully, I have full coverage now, but healthcare, premiums, rent, and other bills still put a lot of pressure on me, especially when work slows down over the summer. Our contract expired in August and we're bargaining now, but Aramark still hasn't given us its wage or healthcare proposals. On Monday, hundreds of my coworkers voted by a margin of 99% to authorize a strike. My coworkers and I won't stand for less than what we deserve, and we're prepared to fight for it, even if that means we have to walk out on strike. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will do something about this.
The next speaker is Natalie Dalton at podium A, followed by Vicente Martinez. Please proceed to podium B.
Good morning, Chair, Goodyear, and Regents. My name is Natalie Dalton. I work at Aramark at ASU on the Memorial Union campus. I'm a proud member of the Unite Here Local 11. We take pride in serving students, but this semester has shown how much workers are struggling behind the scenes, not just at work, but at home too. I've been homeless before, and I'm doing everything I can to avoid that again. I am the sole provider with 2 young kids, and it's so hard finding housing because landlords expect income and deposits I can't afford. I just want to be able to take care of my children. My coworkers and I deal with disrespect and understaffing on the job, and at the same time, our wages are so low that many of us can't make ends meet. I work so hard every day, and it's hard knowing that it still may not be enough for me to provide for my family. Our contract expired in August, and we're bargaining now. On Monday, workers voted 99% to authorize a strike. My coworkers and I are ready to take action to fight for what we deserve. We are here because we want to bring the issues we are facing to light and work with you as issues arise. I voted yes because I have to stand up for myself, my family, and my coworkers, and I'm willing to strike if that's what it takes to get a fair contract. It's time for Aramark and ABOR to take this issue seriously if it wants to avoid a major labor dispute at ASU. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Vicente Martinez at podium B, followed by Vanessa Martinez. Please proceed to podium A.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Vicente. I work for Aramark at Arizona State University on the Tempe campus. I am a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I am proud to represent the university and serve the students. I've seen a lot of disrespect from management, and it's caused from people to quit. We started the year with fewer workers than before, and now we're all stretched thin. One of my older coworkers used to have help with prep workers, but now they're gone. Last year, I shared my current workload with others, but now it's just me. Since the beginning of the semester, nearly 150 workers have resigned from their positions. At least some of the folks who quit have told me that they were overwhelmed by the constant rush and understaffing. Our collective bargaining agreement expired in August, which means that workers and our union have the right to strike and picket as part of our fight for what we deserve. We have started bargaining and have put a compromise proposal on the table, but so far, the company still hasn't provided us with a proposal on healthcare, wages, or pension, or other benefits. So it really shouldn't be a surprise that hundreds of our coworkers have voted to authorize a strike by 99%, and we are not backing down for this fight. Regents should understand that if you want to avoid a labor unrest on campus, A Board needs to act right now to hold Aramark accountable. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Vanessa Martinez at podium A, followed by Gregoria Fernandez. Please proceed to podium B.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa. I work for Aramark at ASU Downtown. I am a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I'm also proud to represent the university and serve the students. But personally, I've witnessed a lot of disrespect on campus from management. I need at least 30 hours a week to keep my health care, but earlier this year my hours were cut. The union helped me fight to get my hours back, but I worry my schedule can change at any moment and I'll lose my insurance. I have ongoing health issues, and I've been written up for calling out sick. We're pushing for stronger protections that include FMLA access for newer workers like myself and health care we can actually afford. If I get sick, I'm scared I can't afford a hospital visit and I'll lose my job for calling out. I voted yes because I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win a fair contract that includes affordable health insurance because my life depends on it, even if that means going on strike. So far, Aramark hasn't even come to us with its economic proposals on health, including on healthcare. It's time to tell them to get serious if they want to avoid a labor dispute on campus. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Gregoria Fernandez at podium B, followed by Maxwell Ulen. Please proceed to podium A.
Good morning, Board and Regents. My name is Gregoria Fernandez. I work for Aramark, Arizona State University in Tempe campus. So I am proud member Unite Here Local 11. We dedicated to feeding the students every day. I've been there for 12 years. But the conditions for this semester have pushed many workers to the breaking points. Constant understanding and overtime workers have made it nearly impossible to keep up. For me, and the stress has gotten so bad, and I am scared to call off even if I am sick, because the pressure in the intimidation for the management is a few weeks ago, I collapsed at work, and they have to call the ambulance, so my insurance don't cover that, and I use my medications to get it more expensive. I support my family in Mexico, and I take care of my disabled son, and I'm feeling behind because of what this job has become. Since our contract expired in August, it's a bargaining with Aramark. We laid out what are the things reserved, but after 2 bargaining sessions since October, Aramark still hasn't even given us a proposals and wages and benefits. That's why workers voted 99% and a favor of the strike authorization means we can work at the time. That's what it takes. I voted yes because I am willing to what it takes to win a fair contract, even that means going to a strike because it's about my life. It's a time for Aramark and ABOR and ASU to start taking our demands seriously and came with a serious proposal. It's the one that is about future escalation for the disputes. Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is Maxwell Ulen.
Good morning, Chairman Goodyear and Regents. My name is Maxwell Ulen. I am an attorney for Unite Here Local 11. We're a labor union representing some 32,000 hotel and food service workers here in Arizona and in Southern California. including some 600 bargaining unit workers at Arizona State University. No member of the ASU community should have to struggle to get by the way our members currently do. But still, even after putting forward our most recent comprehensive wages and benefits proposals, the union continues to await a response from Aramark. This past Monday, about 75% of our members at ASU voted on whether to authorize a strike. The result, 99% yes, 1% no. Of the hundreds of workers who voted, the total number of no votes was in the low single digits. Even for our union, whose members have become known in recent years for their strike willingness, these are shockingly high margins. It reflects just how hard it has become to make a living at ASU food service and how willing our membership is to fight for major change. We hope Aramark comes to the table, but we are here today because we think it's important for the Regents to know just how serious the situation is becoming and make clear that more action is needed by ABOR leadership if it wishes to avoid a labor dispute. We hope to work with the Regents on how to head off this issue and to avoid labor conflicts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Goodyear.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your remarks. We appreciate the respectful tone of your comments, and you're sticking to the time limits so that everyone could speak. We're grateful for your input, and thank you for doing this the right way. The board will now convene an executive session. We will resume public session at 1:15 in this room. We are now in recess. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I want to welcome everyone attending today's meeting. The Arizona Board of Regents was called to order earlier this morning. Today's public session is scheduled until 4:40 p.m. Once again, a link to the live stream of the public meeting is available on the board's website under ABOR Live, or by going to YouTube and searching for ABOR News. Once again, President Garamella, thank you to you and your team for hosting us. The attention to detail, the facilities, everything have been great. We know an awful lot of effort goes into this, and we're grateful to not just you, but everyone on your team for making us feel so welcome and treating us so well. I would like you to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Goodyear. And hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our beautiful city. I'm pleased to welcome you to our campus. But before I make a couple of remarks, I have the honor of inviting the Honorable Mayor Regina Romero to welcome us all. So, Mayor Romero.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, and welcome to the beautiful city of Tucson. I'd like to thank you, President Garamella, Chair Goodyear, and Regents, university leadership, students, faculty, and staff present. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. As mayor of Tucson and as a proud alumna of the University of Arizona, this conversation is deeply personal to me. My degree from this institution changed my life. My economic trajectory and the future of my family's economic trajectory was really lots of hard work, but the diploma from this institution really changed my life. And so I am deeply proud and deeply loyal to the University of Arizona. The power of a great public university is really, it shows on me, right? And it's kind of a transformational opportunity we must ensure continues for thousands of future students. And as a first-generation college graduate in my family, I understand the power of a public university. I want to thank the University of Arizona for declining the current presidential administration's proposed federal compact. At a time when educational institutions across the nation face unprecedented political pressures, U of A's decision demonstrates courage, principle, and a commitment to academic autonomy. Public universities must remain free to pursue research, truth, and service without bending to political agendas in exchange for funding. Tucson stands firmly behind the Board of Regents and the University of Arizona as it continues to serve all students with integrity and independence. The City of Tucson and the University of Arizona are entering a new phase of collaboration, one that is intentional, open, and grounded in shared responsibility. We are committed to finding the areas where we can say yes, and we can say yes together, and building upon the things we already excel in together. Our relationship must be a partnership, not a disconnected one. Together, we can strengthen coordination on housing, public safety, transportation, and community engagement. The tragic October 30th pedestrian incidents involving students here at the University of Arizona underscore the urgency of deeper collaboration. We must work together, city, university, regional partners, and the private sector to ensure something like this never happens again. A safe, reliable, multimodal transportation system, buses, streetcar, protected bike lanes, accessible sidewalks, directly supports students' success and quality of life. Students rely heavily on our regional transit system, which means we must strengthen and improve the transportation's investments that we already have. The Sunlink streetcar is a prime example. It connects students to key Tucson corridors like downtown, 4th Avenue, and the Mercado district on the west side. Thousands of students use the streetcar every day for classes, work, internships, and basic mobility. Continued investments in the streetcar is essential for student life and for the surrounding neighborhoods that depend on it. Students are not visitors. The minute they move into Tucson, they become residents who rely on city services and infrastructure. The City of Tucson and the U of A must ensure they can move around the community safely, affordably, and with dignity. The University of Arizona is one of the largest economic engines in our state, and Tucson's future is intertwined with U of A's growth. Together, we excel at optics and photonics. Global leadership at the Wyant College of Optical Sciences is unbelievable. Astronomy and space sciences, the Stewart Observatory, the Lunar and Planetary Laboratory, and major NASA missions. Our investments and research in aerospace and defense is very important for our community. Our dark skies innovation, our ordinances in the city of Tucson is a competitive advantage to the research that is happening here at the University of Arizona. These strengths make Tucson uniquely competitive, and they are areas where joint inclusion and shared strategy will elevate not just Tucson, but the entire state of Arizona. U of A's designation as a Hispanic serving institution is a reflection of the city it calls home. Tucson is a majority Latino Chicano city, and U of A's commitment to first-generation Latino, Mexican American, Indigenous, and underserved students is transformational. As an HSI, U of A brings federal resources that expand student success and retention initiatives, culturally responsive programs, pathways for bilingual and binational workforce development. I cannot overstate how critical the work is for equity, opportunity, and long-term economic mobility. As Arizona's land-grant university, the U of A has a responsibility not only to innovate, but to serve communities that have historically been left behind or deliberately targeted. This mission is more urgent today than ever. Tucson is a growing city with pressing needs in affordable housing, safety, infrastructure, health, and climate resilience. The University of Arizona is an R1 institution and an AAU member, a national research powerhouse. U of A's work must continue expanding access and opportunity locally as it does statewide and nationally. The City of Tucson stands ready to partner with the University of Arizona in lifting up underserved communities and ensuring no Arizonan is left out of the future that we are building. Our future success depends on working together to use our shared strengths, research, capacity, and public mission to solve real local problems. Let's continue building on a partnership rooted in trust, collaboration, and a commitment to improving the quality of life for every Tucsonan, for every Arizonan, for the students, the families, and future generations, not just in Tucson and Arizona, but in our country. Thank you so much, President Garamella, for giving me an opportunity to welcome the Board of Regents, the incredible work that you do for the benefit of students and Tucsonans and Arizonans and the entire country. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Mayor Romero. We indeed have a great partnership, and I look forward to building in the future. So since our last meeting here in June, we've made important progress implementing our vision of delivering on our promise, and I'm looking forward to our report to you that we've entitled Reporting on Our Promise, in which we'll provide some updates. Provost Prelock will discuss her work on creating and implementing academic success goals, which include student retention and graduation rates, career readiness and placement, four-year success plan for every student, advancing graduate student mentorship and support, bringing us a strong sense of community to our students, and creating an integrated ecosystem for student success pathways. So you'll hear from her. And Tomas Diaz de la Rubia will present our work on our strategic research initiatives, as well as other progress that he and his team have made to advance partnerships that expand our research enterprise's impact. I want to note a few leadership changes. First, Cliff Eiler has joined us as our general counsel. Cliff, where are you? It's hard to miss him because he's tall. So, Cliff, you want to make just a remark?
Thank you, President Garamella, Regents. So this is just an incredible opportunity. I came into Tucson on November 4th. I started on November 6th. I made the mistake of letting the president know I'd be here a little early. And, you know, it's kind of just trying to wrap my arms around, you know, the University of Arizona, Tucson, and Arizona as a whole. I've kind of reflected on just the incredible opportunities I've had in higher ed. This is my third state flagship land grant R1 university where I've worked in the legal office. Started at the University of Kentucky, my home state. Spent the last 3.5 years as general counsel at the University of Virginia. And now really through just good fortune where the president ran into one of my good friends and mentors, Bill Throde, general counsel at University of Kentucky, I'm standing right here. And I'm excited. I look to build on the foundation that Laura Todd Johnson left, and look forward to working with some really talented lawyers who I've gotten to know over the past couple of weeks, and to serving alongside with each of you. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity and feel welcome. So thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. And of course, the Regents will work closely with Cliff, so I wanted to make sure you saw who he was. Johnny Cruz joined us as our Chief Communications and Marketing Officer. Johnny, did you say hello? He came back to the university he'd been here before, went to California Riverside and came back. Jenna Rickus, are you here, Jenna? Yeah. Jenna Rickus joined us as Senior Vice Provost, overseeing academic affairs, and you'll hear much more from her in the days to come. Thank you, Jenna. Linda Bixby, who we just brought on as the Chief Research Partnerships Officer, was away on business, and I thought she should not cancel her trip to raise some money, so she is not here. I believe we already met Josh Wright, who's our Chief Facilities and Planning Officer, and there's Josh. He came to us from Chandler. I believe he's a city manager there, so Josh, you're already making a difference. And finally, Frank Dooley. Frank, are you here? Frank Dooley joined us just today, I guess. And he's helping set our strategy on online initiatives, and you'll hear more from him later. So I want to take this opportunity also, of course, to congratulate our women's triathlon team for its back-to-back Women's Collegiate National Championship. Winning it once can seem like a fluke. Winning it twice is a trend. So we expect that to happen each year from here on out. Our senior Kelly Wetland was crowned individual national champion, going undefeated on the season, and the Wildcats placed 5 finishers in the top 10. So we're very proud of them. You all know as much as I do about how well Arizona football's doing. Coach Brent Brennan certainly become bowl eligible, but he's done some great work, some hard-fought wins, and we look forward to the postseason this year. And of course, men's basketball. We were all watching it yesterday. They're ranked 4th nationally, and we think it'll be 1st as of Monday. So we're reaching the heart of the season. We're very excited. In June, I mentioned a $20 million commitment to support study abroad. I'm very pleased to announce that we can announce that this gift came from the Garcia Family Foundation. We also have since received additional support for our study abroad programs, $1 million from Wildcat legend Steve Kerr and his wife Margot, also supporting study abroad in humanities. So we're excited about expanding this important element of student success, and our goal is to triple our participation in study abroad in a very short time. My last bit of good news is, for now, is that we recently announced about a $44 million award from the NIH Clinical and Translational Group. This is our first award in this important translational area, where we'll partner with the University of New Mexico to support programs aimed at improving the health of people living in both states, and I'm sure we'll have more to share. But these kinds of large grants can be very impactful, and I'm pleased that our team is continuing to be able to land these with NIH and such. We have a packed agenda, so I'll stop my remarks here. But I also want to extend to join Regent Goodyear in thanking all of the event planners and the caterers who provide a welcoming environment for our meeting, and I look forward to the conversations. Thank you, Regent Goodyear.
Thank you, President Garamella. We'll be hearing much more from you later in the program. And Mayor Romero, thank you for coming and speaking with us and always making us feel welcome whenever we come to Tucson. We appreciate it more than you know. Our next item, the board is asked to approve the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda include items 7.1 through 7.24. Does anyone have conflict to declare on any of those items?
I have a conflict with item 7.14 and will recuse myself for that item.
All right. Regent McCain is recusing himself from item 7.14. Thank you. We will have, therefore, 2 motions for the consent agenda. This will allow him to participate in the first motion and recuse himself from the second. I move that the board approve items 7.1 through 7.13, as well as items 7.15 through 7.24, as listed on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Thank you. Now, second motion, I move that the board approve item .714 as listed on the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? The item's approved. Thank you all. Today's item, consent agenda, included several items that are worth highlighting. So even though they are on the consent agenda, they have been discussed at great length in previous public meetings as well as in various board executive sessions. And so just because they're on the consent committee or consent agenda does not mean that they are secondary in importance. or that they have not been and U of A Center for Advanced Molecular and Immunological Therapies, otherwise known as CAMI. So I'd like to invite a few regents just to comment on these because, in fact, they are a big deal that represent many, in some case, years of hard work, and they are worth calling out. Regent Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to present if you will again pronounce CAMI in its full.
Immunological.
There it is. I do want to highlight what you're seeing on the screen, so I don't need to cover it in great depth. But this is the next seminal achievement for ASU in its 40-year journey, literally, to get up and running as a provider of health talent, both physicians and other. It started a long time ago, but the last 3 years has been at a phenomenal pace. Leaders have been hired across all the disciplines and for all of these schools and institutes. Accreditation was achieved, I want to say 2 weeks ago, give or take. Yeah, Nancy's nodding, about 2 weeks ago. And with this commitment today of the $200 million to build the mothership of the enterprise, we're taking the next step forward. This is the John Schufeld School of Medicine, which will, as we all know, combine medicine, engineering, and technology in a way that is novel, exciting, relevant to the 21st century, and very timely, and will be the tangible step along with what's happening at the U of A, with UM and elsewhere, towards the ultimate goal of meeting the healthcare needs of the state of Arizona, where we start behind, but we are building all the tools to catch up quickly, and want to congratulate today ASU on this achievement of getting the building and the mothership up and running.
Thank you, Regent Duval. Regent Brewster?
Yeah, I'll continue with 7.16, the Research Lab Complex at ASU. Not the $200 million renovation or new construction, but $115 million. And to look at what ASU stands for relative to its research and the needs of this project, and again, it is specifically at the Bateman Physical Sciences Center H Wing. This renovation is to a facility that was put into place in 1991. And again, to keep up with and move forward ASU's focus on research, the number of new labs, wet labs, dry labs, office spaces to move forward our research capability here in this state through Arizona State University's investment and focus, it speaks greatly to, again, outcomes that are needed here in the state of Arizona. And certainly, I would say not only do I compliment ASU for focusing on it, but I thank this board for its very thoughtful consideration of dollars spent, where they're spent. And again, I think this is just one of those projects that's going to yield some incredible things for our state going forward.
Thank you, Regent Brewster. Regent Stein?
Sure, thank you. I'd like to just talk for a minute about the CAMI project. I'm not going to try to fight my way through the real name of it. I'm glad that we took the step today to provide further support for this. This is a truly consequential project. It's going to be about a 200,000 square foot building that's going to provide wet labs and clinical research space and other capabilities in Phoenix. And it will position Arizona as a national leader in immunology, cellular therapy, and next generation treatments. And it's going to enhance our competitiveness in attracting federal research funding, biotech companies, and high-wage jobs. And the impact of this is going to be profound for our state and for the country, and perhaps beyond, and focusing on cancer vaccines and treatments that will prevent organ transplant and rejection and things like that. And this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be supporting, and it's very exciting that we're able to take this next step and support this project.
Thank you, Regent Stein. Regent Penley?
Thank you very much, Chair Goodyear. I'd like to follow up what Regent Stein said about the CAMI building, the immunological endeavor that the University of Arizona has in the Phoenix metro area. This building does, along with what Regent Stein said, it really builds research much closer to the medical school, and we all know that medical education relies not only on the teaching, clinical practice, but research as well. So it advances the capacity of the medical school of the University of Arizona in the Phoenix area. But further, it advances what has become a much, much improved relationship with Banner. President Garamella has really made an effort to make that close relationship one that really works for not only Banner, but for the University of Arizona. CAMI helps to advance that. So thank you, President Garamella, and congratulations on advancing this another step.
Thank you, Regent Finley.
So, again, these were on the consent agenda, but they are important items. In addition, the board also approved 40 new academic programs for Arizona State University. These programs or proposals are the result of the diligent work of faculty and leadership to ensure that the university is offering programs that students are excited about and that align with the direction that research and industry are headed. The universities routinely realign, adjust, and sunset and create degree programs to keep their portfolio of offerings fresh and impactful. While 40 new programs sounds like a big expansion, these actually represent both ASU's growth as well as a natural refresh of areas where they are already active. So congratulations, President Crow, Provost Gonzalez, well done. The next item is our Executive Director's report. Executive Director Chad Sampson, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very excited to address the board today. In fact, there's so much good news that with the chair's permission, I'd like to stand to give my report.
Stand away.
Mic drop already.
I would like to sit to give my report. So it's always something. Thanks, Suzanne. This is exactly how I intended it to go. So, Chair, with that little mishap to begin, I do want to acknowledge a couple of things. Yesterday, I took a page out of actually Regent Penley's playbook, and former Regent Rick Myers used to do the same thing. They would show up a day earlier, they would walk around the campus, they would talk to students, and to be honest, it was an outstanding experience for me. I got to talk to students that were majored in education and psychology and engineering and architecture and didn't know what they were quite going to do with their life yet. And then at night, thanks to the student regents, I was able to join a meet and greet or a meeting with the student leaders at from the three public universities. And I will tell you what kept running through my mind as I got back to my hotel room last night after those two experiences was what an incredible group of talented individuals we have that are on these campuses. I use the phrase a lot that if information was the currency of the 20th century, talent will be the currency of the 21st century. And indeed, if you think about these institutions, what they really are responsible for, and what this board has a fiduciary duty to do, is locate, recruit, and curate talent. And indeed, the board has focused so much on this that they have created an attainment office within ABOR to try and do just that. And with the board's permission, I'd like to report out on 6 of these programs briefly. Before I get into each program, Before I get into each program, I want to talk about how the programs are thought of and framed and the philosophy that we engage in each attainment program at ABOR. One, we do not engage in a new initiative or new strategy or a new campaign without checking off these 3 boxes. One, does it build trust? Does it build trust within the university system? Does it build trust with our education partners, both at the community college level or at the K-12 level? 2, Is it smart outreach? Is it efficient? We live by efficiency. The board makes it clear that our team is to be as efficient as possible. That is just part of the ethos of Arizona. So every program we look at, we engage quickly, we fail fast. If it doesn't work, we move on to the next program. But is the outreach efficient and smart? And finally, does the actual initiative take the solution to someone on the ground, the student, the parent, the school guidance counselor, the school principal? So we frame up every initiative we have, whether it's in FAFSA, whether it's trying to encourage former students to re-engage with us, we look through this lens. So with that, I'd like to update the board on a number of these. The first is the 50 by Fall campaign. We're actually doing this in collaboration with the governor's office, and we are working with Aaron Hart, who leads the governor's office in this area and does a phenomenal job partnering with our team. And the idea behind it is really simple. We go to schools, specifically schools that have historically been Title I schools or not done as well in FAFSA, and we say, listen, we'd like to partner with you, and if you can get 50% of your graduating seniors to complete the FAFSA, we will give you additional resources to improve, improve in the spring and push it even farther. And boy, have we noticed a willingness of these K-12 schools to participate with us. We have already seen 14 schools hit the 50% mark. 25 of the schools are already up 10% from where they were last year. And we have one school that is at 92% FAFSA completion. That's the Wilson College Prep and Phoenix Union, if you're wondering what the school is. This shows what can happen when you hire well in Julie Signs and you partner with true leadership coming out of the governor's office and what can be accomplished. In addition to the FAFSA 50 by Fall, we have once again partnered with a Valley professional sports team, specifically the Valley Suns, as an incentive for students to complete the FAFSA. We've had tremendous success with the Diamondbacks and with the Cactus League in offering tickets to those students who complete the FAFSA. Turns out high school students will be motivated if you give them free stuff. And we think the Valley Suns, which is the G League for the Arizona Suns, who've offered 4 free tickets to a regular season game to those who complete the FAFSA, will be a tremendous advantage. And truthfully, we are seeing it move the needle. Programs like this has taken Arizona from the bottom of the pack in FAFSA completion to the middle. Arizona is ranked 6th in FAFSA growth, FAFSA completion growth, to use the full phrase, over the last couple of years, and we are doing it through great partnerships like with the Valley Suns and others. Moving on to talk a little bit about a couple of our attainment initiatives, because we really have strong efforts in FAFSA, i.e. completing FAFSA, and the reason we do that is you're well over 88% correlated to go on to college if you've completed the FAFSA, and so there's a reason we focus on FAFSA. We also have part of the ABOR office that focuses on attainment. That is getting Arizona talent where it is to come and get further educated. One of the areas that we're doing this is the Justice Impacted Grant. This is a grant that aligns really nicely with the governor's initiative around incarcerated individuals. And it is a grant from the SHEO. In case you are wondering what SHEO is, it's the State Higher Education Executive Officers. And I am the SHEO for the state of Arizona, and they've given us a little bit of money to partner with the Arizona Department of Corrections and the Valley of Sun United Way and other foundations, Thunderbirds, Arrowhead, to try and move the needle on justice impacted or incarcerated individuals, to bring them and get them educated, and with the allowance of using Pell money again for incarcerated individuals, we think we can actually move the needle here. The second attainment initiative that I'd like to update the board on is the AZ Comeback Initiative. We're doing this in partnership with, I want to make sure I get everybody here. We're doing this in partnership with several partners, including, maybe if you say the word partnership one more time, it'll be focused, but with several partners, including Helios, who've been a tremendous partner with us, Valley of Sun United Way, and Arizona Community Foundation, all of which have made efforts to work with us here. This initiative is exactly what it's says it's trying to do, which is get the 770,000 Arizonans who have some college but no degree to re-enroll. A couple of points I'd like to make here. First of all, there are a lot of initiatives that have been tried to get this population of individuals to come back to and re-enroll. It is a population that is tough to find out and tough nut to crack. We are working with WestEd and each university to try and a number of different pilots to see which one will move the needle. And in doing that, WestEd is going to evaluate it and see if they actually do move the needle. If they don't, we will move on to the next pilot. Finally, in addition to the Comeback Initiative, we are building upon success. We have the College Ready AZ website. This is a one-stop hub for students, parents, educators in college, getting in college prep, and getting students into college. This has been really well received out in the community, and we're looking to build upon the success here and improve this website a little bit, because they've given us lots of feedback. They love it. They want to see some additional features. We're going to give it to them. And lastly, I saved, or not lastly, there we go, the College Ready AZ FAFSA Scholarship. This is a FAFSA initiative that was born out of an idea from Chair Goodyear, who has lots of good ideas, and he had an idea of how to put FAFSA scholarship, how to get individuals interested in completing the FAFSA. That bore fruit in the AZ FAFSA Scholarship. The idea behind this is students who complete their FAFSA and fill out an application on the AZ, College Ready AZ, are put in for a scholarship. And we are going to award at the end of the year 25 $2,000 scholarships. It attracted, again, the interest of the Arizona Community Foundation, Helios, and Valley of Sun United Way, who have contributed $50,000 towards this endeavor, and we're already seeing great interest in it. So with that, we're going to go ahead and end my remarks by talking about by showing a video, which is the best way to end my remarks.
The new scholarship is an incredible public-private partnership led by the Arizona Board of Regents in collaboration with Helios Education Foundation, some amazing community partners in so many things, the Arizona Community Foundation and Valley Sun United Way. And the idea behind it is to raise awareness around the importance of FAFSA completion, and to do so by creating a pretty unique scholarship opportunity.
This initiative around the FAFSA scholarship is really aligned to what Valley of the Sun United Way does. When we think about that, we are looking to break down the barriers and to provide an equitable access for education. By removing a financial barrier to college, we know that students will then have the opportunity to take those first steps forward to entering into post-secondary education and for long-term success.
We look at a lot of data at Helios, and there is no better predictor of college going than FAFSA completion.
We want to ensure that we have more students being able to take advantage of this opportunity to be able to have that dream, to know that it's obtainable, that it is within reach.
This is a way to, again, raise awareness around the state for students who may not be thinking about going on to college, who may not even know what the FAFSA is. When you complete the FAFSA and you get that report back, indicating what you qualify for, that just opens doors for students, doors that I think a lot of students didn't realize were available to them. While this scholarship can provide, potentially $2,000, which is significant and meaningful, completing the FAFSA could provide so much more.
Chair Goodyear, that concludes my remarks. I'd be remiss without thanking Sarah's team and specifically Roxanne Murphy and Julie Sines, who lead the FAFSA and attainment initiatives in our office. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Seeing none, we will move on to the next item, 2.1. The board is asked to approve the first amended multiple-year employment agreement for Chip Hale as baseball head coach for the University of Arizona. Desiree Reed-Francois is here. Will you please present this item?
Thank you all for having us. Thank you for your consideration of this contract extension. I've spoken about Coach Hale's incredible accomplishments at the last two board meetings, so I don't want to be redundant. But what I do want to tell you, quite simply, is that Coach Hale, he's a winner. But he does so with a grace, an authenticity, and a deep humility. He's also a leader. He's a leader of young men, but he's a leader in this athletic department. He's a great partner. He's a graduate of the University of Arizona, a very proud graduate of the University of Arizona. And one thing I appreciate about Coach Hale, he wears his Arizona pride all throughout. I was about to say something about tattoos, and then I decided not to. But he wears it just so humbly. He's a great representative of our institution. His teams not only win, they not only lead, but they also succeed academically. They have a 3.14 GPA. He cares about his student athletes like you would not believe. And quite simply, if my son was actually a baseball player, I would, he's a basketball player, barely. But if he was no, I'm just kidding. No, he's a good basketball player. But if he was a baseball player, I would want Jackson to play for this man. So quite simply, we request your approval of his contract extension. Coach Hale, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to thank, obviously, the Board of Regents, Desiree, President Garamella, for giving me this opportunity. Obviously, Dave hired me 4 years ago, and just to lead this program is a special, thing for me, my family. It's so important. We've lived in Tucson since I graduated in 1987, a few years ago. Through a lot of professional baseball, we've always had this being our home base, and we're always so proud to be Wildcats, my wife and I. And two of my kids obviously graduated from the university. So obviously, like Desiree said, we do the best we can at recruiting the best student athletes across this country. I was just on a recruiting trip to Vermont the other day. We flew to Vermont to recruit a pitcher. So we get the best that we can, and not just baseball players, but students. And we're so proud. Tony Pluto, our closer last year, is going to graduate in aerospace engineering this year. And as everybody knows, if you're an engineering major, it's very hard to get to practice in the afternoon. So Tony will come at 10 a.m. in the morning to do his bullpens and work on his pitching with the coaches. And sometimes we don't see him till Friday night, for game time. But we make it happen. And that's what I tell every recruit that we have. If you want to be a nursing major, you want to be an engineering major, you want to be in the Eller School, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it. And And so we've done it to the point where we played Arizona State in a huge game, and Tony's had to drive up, you know, with one of the equipment managers to get to the game on a 7 o'clock Friday night up in Phoenix. So we do the best we can to mix the two. We obviously want to make Major League Baseball players, but we want to have graduates. And in this ever-changing landscape of college sports with the portal and things like that, we've tried and we're going to try the best we can to continue it, to spend our money that we can in NIL and revenue share money that we can generate on retention and in getting our freshmen and getting the best kids across the country and getting them to stay. And so far, we've been very successful. So we'll continue to, you know, go across the country to play games and put Arizona on the map and represent the university, the city of Tucson, and the state of Arizona the best we can. So I appreciate everybody's support, and we have great synergy in this program. The athletic department led by Desiree, and we have great coaches. So it's fun to come to work every day. And a person who's been in Major League Baseball for as long as I can and did it, and I was proud to do it, but I know when you get good people above you, and I'm very proud to work here, and thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from anyone on the board? Seeing none, I move the board approve the first amended multiple-year employment agreement for Chip Hale as baseball head coach as described in the executive summary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Congratulations, Coach, you're extended.
So much. Thank you guys so much.
And Desiree, before you leave, congratulations on the naming rights deal that was announced earlier this week. That's real money. It's a big deal. The Pasquayaki tribe are really good partners. You have chosen well. So congratulations to U of A for making that happen, and to you specifically for making it happen.
It was truly a team effort. Thank you very much.
Desiree is the best AD in the world.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next, our next item is to approve the addendum extending the multiple-year employment contract for Shane Burker as head men's basketball coach for Northern Arizona University. President Cruz Rivera.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I am pleased to put forward this request to extend the contract of our head men's basketball coach, Shane Burker, for 1 additional year. Coach Burker has led our program with integrity, consistency, and measurable success. This past season, NAU men's basketball recorded its highest win total in a decade and earned its first postseason appearance since 2014. Individual student athletes reached national prominence, including the country's leading rebounder and the second leading scorer. While the team as a whole excelled academically, posting a cumulative GPA above 3.27 and earning repeated national academic honors, we are so proud of the work that he has accomplished. In light of this strong record of competitive performance, student success outcomes, and program stability, NAU respectfully requests the board's approval of this contract extension. Thank you for your consideration.
Are there questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I move the board approve the addendum extending the multiple-year employment contract for Shane Burker as head men's basketball coach at Northern Arizona University as described in the executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Abstentions? Thank you, and congratulations to Coach Burker. Next, the board is asked to approve the appointment of 4 Regents professors effective December 31, 2025, including a waiver of ABOR policy 6-208 requiring committee review. President Crow and Provost Gonzalez, will you present this item?
I'll just say, Regents, that just to remind everyone, this is our highest recognition of the performance of a faculty member, and the standard that I set is that a Regents professor at Arizona State University could be a chaired professor at any university. And so it's a recognition of the highest level of academic performance, teaching, scholarship, mentoring, all these things together, and Provost Gonzalez has 4 outstanding candidates to present to the board.
Thank you. Yes, Regents. Indeed, these 4 faculty are leading scholars performing at the top of their respective disciplines. As a group, they really represent a range of disciplines, as you'll see as I briefly present them. They have been unqualified national and international leaders. They're builders, they're deeply engaged in high-impact research, and represent the interdisciplinarity in really remarkable ways that we've been building at ASU. So, to start, Danielle McNamara is the founding executive director of ASU's Learning Enterprise Engineering Institute. She's a professor of psychology in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. She's a national and an internationally recognized scholar whose interdisciplinary research bridges cognitive psychology, reading comprehension, educational technology, and artificial intelligence. She has had a profound impact on basic research in cognitive psychology through her work developing educational technologies and conducting research to better understand the cognitive processes involved in reading comprehension, knowledge, and skill acquisition. She's been a leader in designing innovative tools using computer-based tutoring and learning technologies. She's a member of the National Academy of Education, recognized as a fellow by 4 prestigious academic societies, and she's secured more than $50 million in external funding. I'll also say that she's been pivotal in our efforts to upskill and inspire our faculty in their use of AI across the institution.
I'll just add, in particular for Danielle's appointment here as on our faculty, but her recognition as Regents Professor, is that in our process of literally re-engineering the entire learning process at ASU, obviously there's certain things that some of us know, but Danielle is the person that has this comprehensive view about how to do this in a way where every learner can be empowered in new kinds of ways, because so many have been left behind. So she has been a powerful asset to us as we have been able to advance on these really complicated subjects of how do you teach the most advanced subjects in the world to a broad spectrum of human beings coming in from every intellectual framework, every intellectual perspective, every learning type, and so forth. And so she's just unbelievable.
Yes. So next, we have Robert Boyd. He is a professor in the School of Human Evolution and Social Change, and also in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. He was also recently elected to the National Academy of Sciences, which highlights his extraordinary achievement in the field of evolutionary anthropology, where he has been a pioneer in establishing this field, bringing together multiple perspectives. His research on gene culture evolution introduced this groundbreaking idea that the process of cultural evolution has played a leading role in the evolution of genes. We typically think about it in reverse, that our genes influence our behavior, but he's demonstrated through multiple interesting ways, the ways in which our behavior in creating cultural traditions related to things such as food actually influence things like assortative mating and also survival in ways that actually then influence the gene pool.
This is an unbelievable breakthrough. It also means that culture actually does matter.
So his approach is highly scientific and mathematical. It's been incredibly influential, as I said, in really establishing this field. And he's also been instrumental in our maintaining consistently a #1 ranking in anthropology at ASU. So next is Stephanie Forrest. Stephanie is a professor in computer science in the School of Computing and Artificial Intelligence. Augmented intelligence you're right, at the Fulton Schools of Engineering. She's also a director in the Biodesign Institute. And her visionary work and leadership have consistently positioned her at the forefront of innovation across multiple fields. She does highly mathematical work that has shaped our approach to things such as software repair, biologically inspired algorithms, and computer immunology. And her scholarship has been highly use-inspired. She, for example, has had major influences on how we think about paradigms in cybersecurity and address complex problems related to software security, automated program repair, digital privacy.
She's highly awarded. She received, she's an elected fellow of the IEEE. She also received awards in terms of the IEEE Test of Time Award and other impact awards. Of note, her contributions have been very important in how we think about the ways that biology inform our thinking about solutions across multiple domains.
And the only thing I'll add to this, which is I think worth noting, and we had another breakthrough at ASU in DNA-based electronic computing, is that the biological systems that embed our bodies and the organisms that we are make mechanical computing with silicon rock-based systems look like Tinker Toys by comparison. And so these are the individuals that are taking us down the path of understanding how we could ultimately build systems that could help us at the level that we operate, or help us with the systems that we're a part of. And I'll also say that Stephanie is a take no prisoners. Just she's on us constantly about how we can make the university a better place in just an unrelenting way. I'm just telling you, in a good way.
So our final faculty to present is Donald Siegel. He's a foundation professor in the School of Public Affairs in the Watts College of Public Service and Community Solutions. He is a world-renowned scholar whose unparalleled record of scholarly excellence, leadership, and impact spans business, economics, and public policy. He's ranked among the most influential management scholars worldwide. He has redefined the fields of technology transfer, innovation, and corporate social responsibility, profoundly shaping both academic thought and policy practice. He's a prolific and rigorous researcher with 149 articles in top-tier journals and 14 landmark books, 5 with Oxford University Press. He's an elected fellow of both the American Association of the Advancement of Science and the Academy of Management. He's a visionary leader who has co-founded the Global Center for Technology Transfer at ASU, securing over $10.6 million in competitive research funding. And he currently is conducting a research study on technology transfer for the Arizona Board of Regents.
His academic area is very close to mine, and he's a superstar, believe me.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from any of the board members? Seeing none, I move the board approve the appointment of 4 Regents professors: Danielle McNamara, Professor, Psychology, the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences; Robert Boyd, Professor, School of Human Evolution and Social Change, the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences; Stephanie Forrest, Computer Science, School of Computing and Augmented Intelligence, Fulton Schools of Engineering; and Donald Siegel, Foundation Professor, School of Public Affairs, Watts College. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Well done.
Thank you, Regents.
For Regent colleagues and for others in the room, I've been on the board a little over 3.5 years. One of the best and most gratifying events that the universities put on are the award ceremonies for these Regents professors. They are really moving. The impact that these professors have had on people's lives, the outpouring of gratitude from students, it really is something to behold and one of the more uplifting things that we do as Regents. So I would encourage anybody who ever gets an opportunity to attend one of these ceremonies, please do so, because they are exceptional. Next item, the board is asked to consider approving new Regents research grants to focused on advancing dual-use technology, innovation with both commercial and national defense implications. This initiative represents a strong partnership between ABOR, our 3 public universities, and the Arizona Commerce Authority. Together, we are aligning early-stage university research with Arizona's economic priorities and the nation's defense needs. The selection process for this grant cycle is highly competitive. We received 58 proposals from faculty and researchers across ASU, NAU, and the University of Arizona. Each proposal undergoes rigorous evaluation for near-term impact, creativity, sustainability, and alignment with state priorities. Chad, will you please present this?
Thank you, Chair Goodyear. Not much more needs to be said about this, except for I would like to make 3 quick points to the board. One, there was an extraordinary call from proposals for this grant opportunities, and the universities really did step up. There are 8 proposals that are before you today, but all of the proposals were excellent. This has been an outstanding evolution of the Regents Grant process, and we look forward to doing this in a number of fields. This is just the first of what I hope are many. Second is, has been stated, the project showcased the breadth and depth of innovation happening across our universities, ranging from multi-drone wireless charging to autonomous navigation in GPS-denied environments to advanced hybrid sensing and communications designed for remote and extreme environments. I read that to make sure I got that right. It is impressive the type of technologies that they're being put out there in Arizona to advance Arizona's ecosystem. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Arizona Commerce Authority. They've been an outstanding partner agency with us. We look forward to continuing that collaboration. They really advanced this forward. They grabbed a hold of this opportunity, and we look forward to even deepening this relationship. Sandra Watson, the CEO of the Commerce Authority, did a phenomenal job, and I'd really like to thank her for her leadership. Back to you, Chair. Happy to stand for questions.
Questions from the board? Seeing none, I move the board approve the fiscal year 2026 TRIF Regents Research Grant Recommendation, Dual-Use Technology Acceleration, as described in the executive summary and supporting documents. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Abstention? Motion carries. And I would like to second what Chad said about Sandra Watson and the Commerce Authority. For all that she does for the state. Next, the board will discuss the General Education Learning Outcomes Assessment on Civic Knowledge. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the board's leadership and the tremendous work of our faculty and academic teams across all 3 universities. The system-wide realignment of general education over the past several years is a major accomplishment, one that very few other states have been able to do. When we started this, people said, you can't do this, and we said, watch, and we have done it. When the board approved the new general education framework, it also made a clear commitment to actively monitor and evaluate whether these requirements are having the intended impact. There are 4 areas that we monitor: writing, critical thinking, quantitative reasoning, and civics assessment. This year, our focus is on civics, knowledge, and engagement. This is a point of pride from the board's view. Arizona's universities are among a small number conducting a coordinated system-wide assessment of civic learning at scale. At a time when civic literacy is a national concern, Arizona is taking a proactive, measurable approach. We appreciate the commitment of the faculty leaders who have driven this work and the value it brings to our students and to our state. With that, I'd like to invite Andrew Comrie and Emily Manoni, chair of the Tri-University General Education Group, to present the findings, joined by the general education leads from each university. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair Goodyear. And I'd just like to introduce the other 2 members here. We have Dr. Tamiko Azuma from ASU, she leads there, and then Dr. Devin Thomas-Jones from the U of A. All right, we're going to jump. We have just a handful of slides to give you some highlights about what this assessment entailed and what the results were. So a little reminder of the timeline, because it's actually been quite complicated. This all started back in roughly 2017, 2018 with a lot of discussion by the board about what general education policy should be and what should be in it. And that policy was ultimately adopted, as you can see, in 2019 and then clarified later in 2021. Waiting for the lag here. There we go. The U of A ended up having their framework, their general education framework, adopted first, as you can see there, and it was implemented fall 2 years ago. Next up was ASU, whose framework was adopted after that, and last year fall, their new general education curriculum was implemented. And then just this fall, the Northern Arizona University implemented their new gen ed. So all three are now running on the new program. And you'll see when we talk about the assessments how we feathered those developments into the assessment this year. There are 4 topics that you, the board, have requested the universities to assess. The first 3 we've gotten through. This is the 4th of 4, written communication, quantitative reasoning, and critical thinking. And as you know, at this meeting, it's civic knowledge. Next year, we will rotate around again in a 4-year cycle and go back to doing written communication. And that brings us to right here in the timeline. Okay. I think you're up next. Off you go.
Thank you. As a representative of the Tri-University General Education Assessment Committee, we wanted to share with you all an overview of our methodology for our civics assessment, our civic knowledge assessment. We began this assessment, as with all of them, by developing an assessment tool. We always work with nationally recognized models, such as the value rubrics from AAC&U, the American Association of Colleges and Universities. This assessment proved a little more challenging as there were limited national resources available from which to draw from. So we convened experts on our campuses to help us design our assessment tool in alignment with the civic knowledge elements that are outlined in the general education policy by the regions. And we ended up with a rubric that was both interdisciplinary and applicable across all 3 institutions. We work with a rubric because it is a consistent and objective tool that offers us programmatic feedback in terms of strengths and weaknesses. From there, our rubric has a 3-level scale, or performance levels, if you will, from developing to meets to exceeds expectations. At each of our institutions, we sampled hundreds of student artifacts across courses in the humanities and social sciences that satisfied the civic knowledge and American institutions requirements. We train faculty raters on our campuses to establish inter-rater reliability to ensure that they're consistently applying our assessment tool to authentic student work. And then we report out our student rating shares across our 4 rubric criteria, which I'll share with you now. And that seems like this is fun. Oops. Okay, I'll share both at the same time. Oh, there we go. Okay. The first one is principles of U.S. constitutional democracy. This is where students needed to demonstrate their ability to analyze principles of U.S. constitutional democracy, discuss relevant competing perspectives on those principles in both historical and contemporary contexts. The second rubric criteria was historical analysis and contemporary application. Here, students needed to demonstrate their ability to identify United States institutions, describe their historical, economic, and ideological origins, and provide a discussion of that institution's impact, both on groups and individuals, again, historically and in contemporary society. Our third rubric criteria was foundational U.S. documents and laws, including the Constitution and Supreme Court cases. Here, students needed to demonstrate their ability to define connections between elements of the U.S. Constitution and historical and contemporary debates, including Supreme Court cases. And our final rubric criteria had to do with civic communication and action. Students needed to demonstrate their ability to effectively construct an argument or provide a discussion regarding civic action that incorporated multiple perspectives and other evidence. We want to underscore that this rubric is in direct alignment with the principles outlined for civic knowledge in the general education policy by the regions. Where this rubric provided, where the policy provided specific content that needed to be included in civic knowledge instruction, we worked with our campus experts to operationalize that content into measurement and descriptors within our rubric. And in the full report that you all received, in the overview, we provide a map that is mapping the 4 rubric criteria to the civic knowledge criteria in the policy. And so with that, I'll turn it back to you, Andrew, to provide overall results from our institutions for this assessment.
Thanks, Emily. Oh, looks like we jumped ahead already. So I've got the high-level summary from each of the 3 schools here. And what we've reported is, as we've done in previous years, the total of students who are either meeting or exceeding expectations on the 4 dimensions of the rubric. So as you will expect, at each of the universities, there is sort of a normal or a bell-shaped curve of responses. Most students will meet, and then there will be a somewhat smaller percentage who exceed, and of course, another percentage who are still developing. So this is the meets plus exceeds, and you'll see at ASU, over the 4 years, the responses were all in the 90s and fairly close. At NAU, roughly similar. I will mention at NAU that this assessment was on essentially pilot courses of their Gen Ed, because of course the Gen Ed just started this fall and these samples were drawn last year. So likely to be similar, but not exactly the same as what they might see in a future one. And then finally, here's the U of A's, and you can see also in the low 90s there across the 4 rubric criteria. If I move on to the next one, here we go. I wanted to make a couple of notes about these results. The first one is they are not exactly apples to apples directly comparable across the institutions. They are quite similar, and perhaps there are different kinds of apples to extend the metaphor, but the assessment is not designed to compare universities. It's designed to see how well is the teaching going, and can students master these higher level concepts about civics as well as the content in their courses. And it's therefore a management tool in a sense for the Gen Ed leads to say, what are we doing well, where can we improve? The reasons that they're not comparable are listed here. They all map to the areas that you will specify in policy, but each assessment is tailored to the specifics of the Gen Ed framework at each of the 3 schools. So there will be differences, obviously the students who were sampled, the courses that those students were in, the actual work that was sampled. Was it, test or assignment number 3 in this particular course? Which piece of that assignment was the sample taken from? That's all different at each school. And then the evaluators are all normed, of course, but there are still slight variations across each of the university. And as I mentioned before, ASU and U of A assessed their new Gen Ed programs, whereas NAU is assessing the sort of best fit from its legacy program that were pilot courses for this year we're in right now. Yeah, and this is you. This is the last slide, I think. Go ahead.
Thank you. For all of our assessments in this initiative, we've always had 2 main objectives. The first was to measure programmatic outcomes and report to the regions in the 4 areas that were identified: written communication, quantitative reasoning, critical thinking, and civic knowledge. A second objective has always been for internal growth and improvement of our general education programs on our campuses. So we are able to use the results from these assessments to make data-driven decisions about curricular enhancements within our program. I wanted to conclude with a few final comments. As civic knowledge is a new component of our general education programs, this assessment has proven particularly beneficial in helping us to identify critical course content for courses that would satisfy the Civic Knowledge American Institutions designation. This assessment has also helped us identify best practices for capturing evidence of student learning in this area. As has been mentioned, Arizona is a leader in civic knowledge assessment in that we are doing it collaboratively across all 3 state institutions for a required component of our general education programs. And as we conclude this first cycle of assessment in the 4 areas identified by the regions, we'd like to express our gratitude for your interest and investment in our general education programs, particularly as we all work to launch our newly revised programs on our campuses. We will take the results from this first round of assessment to serve as a baseline of data to which we can make comparisons as we begin the cycle again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emily. And back to you, Chair. And just before I do, I'd like to just thank all 3 leads for being an exceptionally collaborative group. This is really one of the great pleasures in my job, is when I get together with this crowd and see how they all work together.
Thank you. So, one question to perhaps kick off a little bit of discussion. So the results, and those actually exceeded my expectations by a lot. There are people who are lagging. So you're in the 90s, okay, there's single digits that aren't measuring up. Well, what happens to those students?
I can speak for NAU, and I would like to then turn it over to my colleagues. When we were training our raters, there was particular interest in this assessment because our faculty are deeply invested in making sure that they are delivering on the teaching of civic knowledge in alignment with ABOR's policy. So I think one of the things we're thinking about is convening a learning community where we can bring our faculty together, again, to talk about critical course content and best practices for capturing student learning. I think that will also be a space to have targeted discussions about our students in the developing category for each rubric criterion.
So the assessors were faculty members, and so their feedback was really important. We also asked them about the rubric itself and ensuring that what it's measuring is actually what we are hoping to measure. So we're taking a lot of this information back to the units to ask them their opinions about it. The other thing to remember is that not all of the students passed the course. So we pull the artifacts out of the course, and it is possible that some of those students did not pass the course.
And
in
mention
which
what
case,
happens to them when they don't pass.
Then they have to take the course again.
You have to pass the course.
You have to pass the course, so.
Or you
it
don't
is-
graduate from the university. It's not just a thing on your grade point. You do not advance to complete your degree.
So the next round, they would have to pass an American institutions course in order to graduate from ASU.
Similarly, we've been working with our faculty to understand our insights and respond accordingly to our campus and our student learners. And we're using the insights from this assessment and the subsequent rubric to identify and designate courses with our new civic institutions course requirement. And so that's been an exciting opportunity to highlight and spotlight the good work in civic learning that's happening within our general education program, as well as to support faculty and course proposers who are interested in adding or revising their courses to meet this criterion.
Are there other questions from the board? Regent Stein?
Yeah, now that you've had an opportunity to sort of cycle through all four areas, I would just be interested in your thoughts on whether this policy is working and whether you think it's a valuable addition to the curriculum and maybe what kind of feedback you get from the students.
Can I just ask for clarification? When you're referring to the policy, are you referring specifically to the civic knowledge component or
No,
the
the whole-
policy to have a general education policy and
The-
require the assessment?
The larger.
The latter, yeah. I mean, I would like to say, just as having the honor of chairing this committee, that it has been a phenomenal opportunity to collaborate on our general education programs. And as I mentioned, this assessment, which is required by the policy, has been particularly useful to provide immediate feedback on how we are delivering on our programmatic outcomes for our students. And I think this policy has really served to solidify a comprehensive effort in providing a core curriculum for our students.
What about the students? How do they feel about it?
I don't know that they know the policy exists.
Well, they
and
know they have to pass the course, and they know they need to.
They know,
these requirements.
they know they have to complete these requirements, and I think this is another one, well, I'll only speak for NAU's institution, that we've been working really hard to be in communication across campus, both faculty and staff units, to really elevate how we're thinking and talking about general education, so that then we can help our students elevate how they are thinking and talking about their general education. And in particular, we've been making some strong efforts to help students find greater agency in how they engage with the program rather than passively moving through it. So we're hoping to see greater results moving forward in terms of positive feedback from our students.
President Crow, you had your...
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to Regent Stein's question is that they only have requirements. So So these are university-level requirements, and there's departmental-level requirements, then there's unit-level requirements inside certain departments. Then within sub-degrees, within certain sub-degrees, within certain sub-degrees, you have to take these 3 courses. And so the students are in a modality where they have to pick their path moving through, and the general education requirements are those that every student has to accomplish because we've deemed those through the board's input and our faculty's design as the most important core things that you need to understand before you can graduate from this university. And so if you don't want to know those things or be educated on those things, you should go to a different university. And then I'll also say in the case of these that, you know, with so many international students attending our 3 universities, this creates a global education opportunity also to teach these core values, to teach these processes to students that are coming in our case, on campus from 166 different countries. And then they go back. I noted with interest recently with all of the debate about international students, the colleges of education that attended by the leaders of the Tiananmen Square revolt, almost all of them were educated at American universities, almost every single one of the leaders. And so I don't know where they got those ideas, but I suspect their universities contributed to their ability to understand what it might take to build a functioning democracy. So things like that.
Thank you, President Grow. Regent Brewster?
Chair Goodyear, thank you. Andrew, I guess for you, as we've rolled this out, it's been implemented, staying specific to the civics requirement, what has been maybe from your eyeballing the rest of the country and that reaction, either picking up on this, moving forward with other universities, looking at this as an opportunity and an option? And then maybe the second part to that question would be, what would you like to see maybe us do in pushing, communicating, and putting into the public eye what we are doing here in Arizona?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Regent. On the first part, how this looks in the rest of the country, I think there were a couple of elements to this that made it distinctive to me. One is how the board sort of got the whole process rolling. It could have been, as happened in some other states, where the board or sometimes even the legislature essentially dictates to the faculty, thou shalt teach these things. And you know that doesn't usually end well on a campus. And the faculty are rightly very proud of their academic freedom. And what the board did in this case said, we are very concerned about making sure they get a broad education and also specifically about adding the civics requirement. And here's what we think we broadly want students to know, the kinds of things that should be in here. Universities, you go figure it out and bring us back a framework that satisfies these broad goals. And that was a particularly smart approach because it gave the universities agency in shaping their own curricula for Gen Ed and putting their own stamp on things and being able to solve the challenge in their own way and yet satisfying what the board was interested in. And that is quite distinct from some of the stuff you will see in the higher ed press right now in states where it's been much more sort of a dictated to the universities kind of a style. And I think we've ended up with a very good Gen Ed program. On your second question about sort of where could we take this, I do think it's worth tooting our own horn a little bit. As far as we know, we are the only sort of system-wide assessment of Gen Ed, period, let alone of civics, which is what we just talked about here today. And certainly, we all talk to colleagues across the country. I know the 3 of you do, and I certainly do as well. I know Chad is on a group that does this as well. We're out there. This is an area where we are leading. And while Gen Ed is virtually universal at most universities in some form or another, doing it in this particular way is a little unique. And I think, you know, we could humbly certainly share some insights and practices that we found to be useful as we still continue learning ourselves from the assessment.
Thank you.
Chad?
Just to add quickly to what Andrew says, so I end up with a lot of groups, SHIO, Witchy, Lumina, JED, and I can't tell you how different Arizona is viewed, especially in this area when it comes to free speech, when it comes to civics education, and when it comes to entrepreneurship of our board and our universities and our university presidents. We are viewed differently. They look at us different. They revere some of the stuff we're able to do, and I think a lot of the credit goes obviously to this board, Regent Penley and others, to the presidents, but I do want to say to the faculty as well for being able to meet us at the moment and partner with us. it can become a game of power and a game of who's strongest, and instead, we've had a very, very collaborative environment. And I want to thank Andrew for fostering that, the provosts and the faculty. That is something that's worth saying.
Regent Penley.
Thank you, Regent Goodyear. I'd just like to thank the Tri-University Committee members and Dr. Comrie. When we undertook this in 2017, I don't think anyone thought we would achieve it, especially not the assessment piece of this. And so you faculty members who serve on this committee, along with your colleagues, have made the assessment real. All of us know that the real purpose of assessment is not to slap ourselves on the back and say, yay, our students now know something about civic education. They did before. We hope they're better off today as a result of the change in general education. But we know that, and this goes, Regent Goodyear, to what you said earlier, if you look at some of the scores, although they're all high, you look at the one on laws and documents, it could be even higher at all three universities. So we use assessment to look back at the courses that we're teaching and ask ourselves, how can we improve those courses? How can we improve this dimension of our general education? And to exactly what Chad Sampson just said, and to what Dr. Comrie said earlier, we began this effort, and I think everyone was, oh no, you people at the Regent should not be engaged in general education. But we did so collaboratively. From the very beginning, we sought the support of provosts and faculty members and working with them to accomplish this. Even in the most recent example at Northern Arizona University of the revised general education, all of us who sat on the board recall the close work with Provost Pugliese and others at Northern Arizona University, just a fine example of that kind of collaboration that leads to this. So I hope what we take from this is there are ways to make the curriculum even better. There are ways to improve what our students learn and what they graduate with, especially in this instance, in terms of their knowledge of citizenship and their participation in our democracy.
Thank you, Regent Penley. In order to stay on schedule, you have the final word on this subject, as you probably should, given the number of years that you have dedicated to it. So congratulations to the universities for their success, both in advancing civic learning and in holding yourselves accountable to ensure that the results are there. So thank you and well done. And in the spirit of continuous improvement, we look forward to the next cycle of reports on each of the 4 areas and look for ways to do even better. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For the next item, Andrew, you stay. For the next item, Andrew will present on the first reading of proposed revisions to ABOR Policy 1-101, Communications to or from the Board, 1-114, Call to the Audience Procedure, 2-105, Admissions Requirements, 3-607, Lease Purchase Acquisition, 5-105, Interagency Law Enforcement Agreements, and 5-204.1, Early Outreach to Other Educational Systems and Underrepresented Communities. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair Goodyear. Yes, so this item combines 6 relatively minor policy amendments for you to consider on first read, as you mentioned. So this means that if you approve them here today, they will come for second reading at the February meeting and approval then. For context, this is the second batch, so to speak, of what we hope will be several more during the course of the year that come from an extensive policy review. Of course, legal staff go through regular review of policies all the time. We have other occasional staff-originated reviews of things that have to change. But then this one in particular came from a call from board leadership to the universities to suggest policies that could be streamlined, updated, and changed. And sometimes those overlap with what we do on the board in the office, but the bulk of these come from that process. These are still relatively low-hanging fruit, if you will, among those policies, things that have been easy to change and amend quite fast and get the language in front of you. We are working in the policy review group quite assiduously to get the slightly longer-winded ones, the ones that require consultation or extensive rewriting, and we hope to bring those in at future meetings. Today we have 6. The first one, as you mentioned, is communications to from the board. And this is to clarify that the board and board staff will communicate not only with the presidents exclusively, but also with their designees, such as the SAPs or the provost or other people as appropriate. And this piece of policy just makes that clear. It's almost always clear in policy that the president can delegate most things, but in this case, wanted to be sure that was absolutely clear. The second one is the call to the audience procedure, and this is to amend the cutoff time before the meeting from 10 minutes to 60 minutes, really for logistical reasons to make it easier to present and have the names called. So that's in there. Nothing else is changing in that policy. There are 2 elements of 105, the admission requirements. The first is to clarify some confusing language about conditional admission and earned admission, and the language is in the board documents, as you've seen. That universities can create conditional admission on their expectations that students will be able to succeed in college. The second one is to clarify language and better align it with both statute and policy for the admission of students under 18. There is a line in statute that ensures that we do that. As it happens, the universities all do this routinely, and those students are admitted using the same criteria as everybody else. This was just to update some language there. Because statute only mentions college entrance exams, and as you know, we don't only use college entrance exams or standardized tests, we also use GPA as one of the main admissions criteria. So it says, or equivalent admission requirements established by each university. That's in line with regular admissions as well as for this particular piece. 607 is lease purchase acquisition, and this is to increase a dollar amount. The last time this policy, when the policy was written, the financial threshold was set at $1 million, which was 1989. That has been increased to $5 million in the proposed policy. That's roughly in line with what inflation would have been over the time. It's a round number that's close. And then the interagency law enforcement agreement, there's small language there to clarify approval. For some reason, policy was written that the AG needed to approve something, and we're not quite sure what the origin of that was. But in fact, it's for general counsel at the institutions to do those approvals. And then the final one of the 6 is 5204, the early outreach to other educational systems. And here it's just to update language from student parents to families of students. It's a more inclusive term. And also an editorial change. It's no longer a .1 numbering. It's just going to go to 5204 because the other dots are no longer in policy. That's the 6.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there questions from the board?
I would just like to raise discussion on 1-114, just with call to the audience. It's a conversation that we've been having, like with the student governments and such, to find a solution that both gives our staff the reasonable time to process requests, and then also allows it to remain accessible to students, student governments, among other just community voices. With it being proposed to close 60 minutes before the start of the meeting time, that's a much larger time that those individuals have to put aside in order to address the board. And whether they're students or working, those are valuable minutes, and especially like in the morning for people who are traveling from Flagstaff, it just makes it a little bit more difficult. So I'd just like to look at maybe options for how we can modify it to be like virtual in order to streamline that process a little bit more.
Yeah, Regent Fisher, I'll defer that to the board, of course, because they are your policies. I will say I might call a lifeline on this one if I want for some of the folks who actually work in this area. But my understanding was that certainly the old 10-minute stuff was not sufficient. We had suggestions from some parties who wanted to change this for as much as 24 hours, and we certainly didn't want to go that far. And we ended up going down to 60 minutes instead of the compromise number that seemed to fit most of the needs. Beyond that, on the demands and the details, I'd have to consult with some of the domain experts.
Chair Goodyear, Regent Fisher, we'll take this up, council and I, and work with you and the student leaders and talk with you before the second reading, if that's okay. Is that sufficient, Regent?
Yes. I just wanted to make sure that I was open for conversation, kind of discussion, and that students feel heard.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from the board? This is the first reading of the proposed revisions and will be brought back to the board for a second reading and approval during the February board meeting. So we do want to thank the members of the audience for your patience. This is us doing our house cleaning, and it may not be the prettiest or the most exciting thing that we do. For us, we have not updated our policies in a long time, and it is necessary. We do have to do it in public. So thank you for your patience, and we will now move on to a more interesting subject. Our next item is the discussion and consideration of 2026 legislative priorities for the university system. Megan Gilbertson and Monica Trejo, will you please present this item?
Good afternoon, Chair Goodyear, Regents, and Presidents. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Monica and I will be providing a legislative update and present our request for board approval of the 2026 legislative policy positions.
Before we dive into the heart of this agenda item, Megan and I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the board's support last session. Each of you understands the challenges and opportunities down at the Capitol. Under Executive Director Sampson's leadership, we have strengthened and restructured our government affairs team to advance the policy and budget priorities you have set. Our team recognizes that advocating on behalf of the boards in Arizona's public universities is a unique honor. Thank you for your faith and trust. We also extend our gratitude to the presidents and their government affairs team for their collaboration and commitment.
As we head into the upcoming session, there have been a few notable leadership changes. President Peterson named Senator Kavanaugh Majority Leader. Senator Farnsworth now chairs Appropriations, and Senator Angus leads the Education Committee. During the interim, we've stayed active, meeting with legislators, staff, and the governor's office to reinforce the board's priorities on key policy issues. We've also partnered closely with our university government affairs teams and collaborated with chamber groups and community organizations to ensure the board's legislative budget priorities are reflected in their policy agendas. As we've worked to strengthen those relationships and align priorities, activity at the Capitol is starting to pick up. Lawmakers began filing bills this week, and we're up to 27 bills at last count. Last session, that number grew to more than 1,800, and we expect to see several bills from last year resurface. While new bills are starting to take shape, the bigger question on everyone's mind is the state budget and what that outlook means for our priorities. A modest $67 million surplus is projected, with revenue growth of about 2% this year and 4.8% in FY29. But the state's budget planners have urged caution on new spending due to economic uncertainty and a potential $1.1 billion impact from tax conformity with H.R. 1 and SNAP and Medicaid cost shifts. Right now, the governor and her team are preparing a budget proposal that she will unveil in January, reflecting her priorities and the state's broad needs. We appreciate their openness to working collaboratively with the board on university funding priorities. As we look ahead to the upcoming session, it's important that we also set our own direction. With that, I'll turn it over to Monica to walk through the proposed 2026 legislative policy positions.
Thank you, Megan. By way of background, board and university staff only formally engage with legislators at the direction of the board. That direction can come one of two ways: through a unique vote of the full board on every bill, or through adopted policy positions like today. These positions authorize staff to advocate on behalf of the board on categories of bills, rather than convening a special meeting every time a bill of note moves through the legislature. This approach has been the board's practice for several years and allows us to respond quickly and effectively. The proposed positions for 2026 are nearly identical to those approved last year, with updates to reflect the board's current budget priorities. There are two main goals. One, securing sustainable revenue, and two, protecting board interests. Securing sustainable revenue means ensuring the board has the resources it needs to meet its constitutional and legal duties. That could include advocating for our budget request, funding key programs like the Promise Program, and opposing cuts, unfunded tuition waivers, or anything that drives up costs. It also means protecting the board's authority to set tuition and fees. Protecting board interests means preserving the legal authority the board needs to carry out its responsibilities. That could include supporting initiatives that improve student mobility and opposing legislation that limits boards' rulemaking or campus safety authority. It also provides staff with the ability to engage on bills impacting academic standards in college sports. With those priorities in mind, Megan will share how we'll keep you informed throughout the session.
Thanks, Monica. Starting in January, the Government Affairs staff will provide you with weekly updates on monitored legislation, including bills where official positions have been taken. The board always retains the authority to direct staff on individual bills, and if proposed legislation falls outside the adopted positions, we will seek your guidance. Monica and I will also provide legislative updates at board meetings throughout session to provide you with more details on bills that we're monitoring and the status of the budget outlook. Thank you again for your time today. As we head into the upcoming session, your guidance and the approval of these policy positions will ensure we can advocate effectively for the board and Arizona's public universities. We will look forward to keeping you informed every step of the way and working together to advance the priorities that matter most to our students and our state.
And with that, we'll take any questions if you have any.
Are there questions? Regent Stein?
I don't really have a question, I just have a comment, and that's that I had the opportunity to work closely with both of you last session, and I just want to say how much I appreciate your effectiveness and how pleasant you are to work with, and I have lots of confidence in your ability to sort of manage this program, and I very much encourage you to call on members of the board to assist you wherever possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Regent Stein.
So speed bonding was secondary. Yeah. The primary thing last session was getting Regent Lee Stein confirmed.
So if you could do that, you could.
It's not a tough lift when you're so great, so thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Regent Garcia and then President Groh.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask for those in the audience, how do these policy positions help advance access and affordability for Arizonans?
So these policy positions really set the framework and the guidelines for us as we go into session, and we're reviewing all of the bills. We compare that to what the policy positions are, where the board stands on specific topics, and for us, it allows us to decide whether or not we should engage, shouldn't engage, and there's a lot of different pieces with that, but it gives us really it gives us the ability to quickly respond instead of coming back each time a bill of note, like Monica had shared, each time a bill comes up, calling a special session, that would be a lot of work for you all. So we appreciate this, the policy positions. It gives us the framework that we need to do our work.
Thank you.
President Crow?
As I was listening to staff, advance the model of our approach for this year, I just happened to ask my little system here, what was the change in state GDP since 2015? And so it turns out that the state of Arizona's gross domestic product, our economy, the size of our economy, has increased by 90% between 2014 and 2024, with a higher acceleration rate for 2024 to 2025, one of the highest rates of increase in the United States. And the investment in the universities in that same time frame have not increased at all, or only nominally. So I'm wondering, as we make all of our cases, if it wouldn't be worthwhile to contextualize more this unbelievably evolving economy in Arizona and how we need to be of increasing service to it going forward. We've been of service to it up to this point. I also asked in the same question, how many times were there accurate in their revenue estimates?
I want to know the answer to that one.
What?
I said, I'd love to know the answer.
Never. And then I also asked, this little system right here, what if we had maintained 2015 tax policy? And so I ran that against the economy as it grew. And so I just think there's value in contextualizations. They're not complaints, they're not criticisms, they're just, listen, the economy of Arizona has accelerated 90%. You would think that in that, if you want to maintain that rate, you could make the case for additional investment in the institutions for higher education, because we contributed significantly to that, even when they were investing less. Now, that's a window of time, but over the long term, there is a way to measure that particular impact. And so it's just, I was listening to it, I was like, we should add a few contexts around this, so.
Thank you. Regent Duvall.
Chair, a quick follow-up on the president's comment. And the states that are ahead of us all have made that investment.
Well, in particular.
So the correlation is there, the context is there.
So I track every utterance of the governor of Texas and the governor of Florida, not their public utterances attacking universities for this or that, but their utterances of their actual fiscal articulation and their battle plans. They are unbelievable investors in higher education. They are relentless investors in new programs, workforce development. Governor DeSantis in particular, his investments in higher education are off the charts. Off the charts. And Florida is evolving its economy rapidly, but not as rapidly as Arizona is in new high-tech areas. And Texas is Arizona's principal competition in this space. And so I think context, Florida, Arizona, Texas, economic growth rates of growth, these three economies, these three states are hot. People also never understand things. So the economy of Arizona is twice the size of the economy of Ukraine. The economy of Texas is larger than the economy of Russia. And so you have to think at a national sort of scale, like a national economy. And I think that there's some value in the board taking this kind of leadership. And my little assistant here, Jenny, she's really good.
Michael, you should run for governor.
We may be calling on Jenny more than once during the next several months. Any other comments or questions?
I just have one quickly that has nothing to do with President Crow's comment, but I do want to acknowledge a couple of things. One, Chair Goodyear puts a tremendous amount of time leading the government affairs efforts of the board, and he should be acknowledged for how much time he puts in. He does a really great job organizing this group of disparate individuals to move forward. And the second is, I would be remiss to have a regent acknowledge Monica and Megan. They are tough, they are smart, and they are not afraid, and we are very lucky to have them. So we're glad they're on our team.
Thank you.
Well said. With that, I move the board approve the legislative policy positions as presented and described in the executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, and well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, the board will receive the first full financial status report of the fiscal year. This update provides our earliest comprehensive view of how the universities are performing relative to the budgets approved in June. These reports are a cornerstone of the board's financial oversight. They keep us informed on the university's financial trajectory, highlighting emerging trends and helping us identify both opportunities and risks well in advance. With fall enrollment now confirmed and early year expenditure and revenue patterns established, we should have a clearer sense of the flight path for the year, where the institutions appear on track, where pressures may be developing, and where attention may be needed as the year unfolds. I'd like to invite Brad Kendricks to present the system-wide overview, followed by insights from the university CFOs on campus-level performance and their outlook for the year. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Chair Goodyear, regents, presidents. I was pleased to hear that I am featured in the more interesting wing of today's agenda. So I will take that.
I will run with it.
So as you are all aware, board policy requires that the universities come back regularly in order to provide updates on the financial affairs of the university. And there are several things that need to be reported to the board so that we can manage appropriate monitoring of metrics, financial condition, key trajectory and comparisons in order to get a good view of what's going on campus. That includes information about prior year budget, information about current year budget to date, as well as projections for where the university is headed as it relates to its current year operations, as well as its cash liquidity and other measures of stability. So this is a graphic that we've used a couple of times talking about the financial cycle, and it is important because as each fiscal year plays out, there are a couple of key kind of phase gates both in our process of establishing budgets as well as in the information that is available to us in evaluating what our financial progress is and where we are ultimately headed. So we talked about this, as Regent Goodyear noted, as the first kind of key update of the year. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the information that we have at each phase of this process so that we're aware of kind of what's new information on our plates today. So the last time that the board heard from the universities about finance and budget was at the June committee and board meetings when the universities come forward with proposed budgets for the upcoming year. Now, the thing to remember is that at that point of time, we have just closed out the third quarter of financial progress, so we know what most of the last year looked like. We are laying forward sets of assumptions for the next year, but we're very early in the enrollment cycle, so we don't exactly know what enrollment will look like for this year. We are in the middle of the legislative cycle, so we don't know what the appropriations decisions will be at the state legislature. Many things have not yet started, so it is the university's best set of forecasts, but not foolproof. So we take the opportunity to come back now and say, well, what do we have? Well, in June, appropriations were finalized. In August, we closed out the last fiscal year and found out what kinds of cash we had on hand. In September, we get the census for enrollment. October, we get our audited financial statements. November, we are now looking at first quarter financial data from the year that we're in. So we can use that information to make a much more grounded set of projections for where the universities are headed and kind of what kind of flight path they're on. So again, we are mostly today talking about the transition from the original budget, which was a forecast for the year based on those things I mentioned, to a revised forecast that reflects all of the current information that's available to the universities and the board. So in order to have that conversation, there is a lot of detail that goes beyond this. The universities are very broad enterprises. What, excuse me, what we are trying to do today is provide a high-level overview that contextualizes some of the key kind of sets of data in order to give the board a concise sense of where things are. I will invite the CFOs at some point in the process to come forward in order to answer some of those more specific questions about what's going on. They have obviously tons of detail about the specific conditions on campus, but we'll try to give you a sense. Another thing that it's, I think, worth noting at the beginning of this process is that while I talked about all the things that we normally know and don't know in a budgetary cycle, it's important to recognize that last summer, there were more things that we didn't know than usual. There was a lot of upheaval in the federal grant-making process and expectations therein, so there's more ambiguity than normal there. The summer saw some unusual interruptions in international student enrollment, something else that we knew that there was a there, but we didn't know how much of it. So this is kind of our first reconciliation of what's currently going on, and will give us, again, a sense of grounding. So the first thing that I will, actually, just to go back quickly, as we provide that overview, I'm going to focus on a couple of key areas. We're going to break down revenue into a couple of key pieces: state appropriations, enrollment-driven revenue, research-driven revenue, and auxiliary-related revenue. And then we'll move on to overall expenditures and then what that equation means for ending cash position and cash liquidity. So we'll start first with state appropriations. You just heard in our last presentation a little bit about the state of legislative affairs and prospects for last year and this year. We knew going into last year that the state budget discussions would be difficult within the existing parameters. So there were a number of key accomplishments at the legislature, speed bonds, namely, Regent Stein also. But in addition to that, if you look down at the kind of core appropriations, the amount of money that flows through the universities were each, we were down, more or less. We tend to look at appropriations through a couple of lenses that help to think it through. So each of the universities gets ongoing funding that helps to support operations and general programming. We also have year-to-year one-time funding, as well as statewide kind of technical adjustments and other outside programs. So the Success in Expanding Speed Bond programming, that's a good example of other outside funding that helps the universities. Additionally, there were some one-time allocations of funding related to the Promise program and the Teachers Academy. Those are wins for us as well, but somewhat limited in nature. If we look at the overall piece, though, the universities funding for programming went down by $24 million. There were offsetting technical adjustments, so on paper, we're up a little bit. But it's worth noting that there's still an overall decline in ongoing revenues to the U's, and to show our chart that talks about the fact, or at least that emphasizes, that the amount of university funding from state sources, as well as the percentage of the state general fund represented by the universities, have both been declining for some time and represent fairly modest pieces in both sets of ledgers. So looking at the specific impacts of appropriations on the three universities, and you'll see this chart repeating across the different areas that we talk about, but what we're looking at, comparing kind of how it happened in real life and how it compares to budget. So as I just noted, each of the three universities showed a decline in one-time funding. Base appropriations were not touched. The one-time initiative funding was reduced at each of the universities. There were some limited new investments and some investments in promise programs, technical adjustments to state budgets, which allowed for it to be about net zero, but there's still a decline in programming funds available. The next sort of bucket of things that we talk about is enrollment-driven revenue. So I'm going to take a moment to unpack this with a little bit more depth. It is worth noting that the board compiles a fall enrollment report for the whole system, and that report is now available on the board's website. So many of these kind of summary data come from that report. So feel free, for anyone gathered and listening today, to take a look at that to get a sense of what recent trends have been across all three universities, with enrollment divided through a bunch of different lenses. But I'm going to highlight a couple of them today so you can get a sense of what's been going on at the universities, as well as what that means for the current year. So the first piece worth highlighting is the fact that our universities have been growing at a strong rate for the last decade. We're over 250,000 students across, all modalities over that time. We've seen nothing but increases, which, speaks to the strength and scale of the universities. What I will note, though, is that rate of growth is starting to taper off in recent years, and that ties into things that we've been talking about the board with some time: increased competition from other states, declining number of college-going students. There's a number of forces that are just slowing down the trajectory in general, causing our institutions to have to be more creative and reach into new channels in order to bring students in. If we start to break this down into some of its component units, we will look first at a comparison between undergraduate students and graduate students. So again, both of those populations have grown over time. The growth of graduate students as a percentage of overall enrollment has outpaced the undergraduate enrollments by 13% over the last 5 years. So that's really where our growth market has been across the universities. Though you'll note in the subtle highlighting there that the number of undergraduate students has also started to flatten out over the course of the last couple of years. So that's where we're seeing more softness in enrollment across the three institutions. We can compare on-campus versus online students, and this is really one of those standout stories where a significant amount of the growth of the system is coming from online enrollment. We are now a majority online system, where more of our enrollment overall is coming from online modalities rather than on-campus modalities. The piece that while both sets of students over the course of those 5 years have been growing, I will note that for the last several years, we've seen a downturn in the on-campus student population, which again is reflected in some of the financial numbers that we'll be talking about. We can look at the comparison of full-time to part-time students. Again, this is a situation where both have grown, but you will see that the full-time student population is slowing down a little bit in recent years, while the total part-time student population is continuing to grow quickly. That is likely a reflection of the move to online modalities for some students, but still presented on its own. Next, we can look at resident versus non-resident students. This is another thing that we've talked about in generalities before. We've seen growth in both sets of students. The non-resident population has been the growth area. That's where more of our students are coming from. That's where more of the financial subsidy is coming from. But notably, that's where we're seeing the weakest elements of the market in the current enrollment cycle, and therefore need to continue to watch that as it relates to potential indicators for where things are ultimately going, given that increased competition that we've talked about. The last point that we'll bring up here as it relates to talking about overall enrollment is the percentage of our students that are Pell Grant students. So that means students that are financially at risk or need some additional help in order to go to college. So the population of Pell students has grown, again, significantly compared to non-Pell students. That is a great thing and a risky thing both at the same time. It's a great thing in that it shows that the institutions are doing a much better job at tapping into non-traditional student populations in order to create more equity, to create more opportunities, to build the number of graduates that our economy needs. The downside is that those students require additional support, additional financial support, additional tuition discounting in order to be able to take advantage of that opportunity, which puts more burden on our institutions to be able to generate the funding to make that happen. So with all of that said, the question is, how does that feed into what the universities are doing and expecting as it relates to revenue from enrollment? So on this chart, we show you a couple of different things. For each school, we're showing you how much the net tuition and fees was in the last fiscal year, what was budgeted for the current fiscal year, what the revised budget, the revised forecast for this year is, and then changes from budget and from the prior year. So to give you a sense of, are we up and down overall, and how does that compare to our expectations, and thus what kinds of actions does it require or not require in the current operating year? So as it relates to enrollment revenue, ASU is right on target for what is expected for the current year and is showing an increase from last year's enrollment levels. That is primarily driven by online enrollment, as the on-campus enrollment and other forms are down compared to the online growth. With NAU and U of A, you don't see the same uptick in online growth to offset, but it does show the same characteristic kind of downward softness as it relates to, yes, sir.
It has to be an error, right?
That's millions of dollars.
Millions. No, you're talking.
Yeah, the percentage is underneath.
50.4
Yes.
million.
So both
Against the billion.
NAU and U of A, note for next time, dollar signs. Both NAU and U of A are projecting below last year's levels as they expected to for the year. When enrollment mix is taken into account and the actual dust settles, it turns out that the financial projections that were in the budget, while lower than last year, so right direction, they were a little bit more negative than was budgeted for. So what that ultimately means is that that needs to be offset other places in the budget, either by reduced costs, in many cases it is offset by reduced costs, or other university choices in order to stay within budget. Related to enrollment, we'll talk about auxiliaries. So auxiliaries are the fancy word for universities' business functions, but it typically is talking about dining, housing, parking, the kinds of on-campus services that are fee-for-service that generate money. The reason we talk about them here is because they are very closely correlated to enrollment levels as well. So with fewer students on campus, you would expect to see less revenue in each of the auxiliaries. That trend plays out exactly as I would describe, except for the fact that NAU remains year over year ahead in auxiliary revenue, presumably due to the fact that there is more demand than there is available services in Flagstaff for on-campus housing and dining in particular. So the revenues have stayed up even though there are fewer students year over year. So then we shift over into sponsored research. We talk about research separately because a research dollar in means you need to spend more money on research, not on other things. So we look at that on its own. This is a little bit of a bright spot budgetarily speaking, because while the universities all projected less funding in the current year than in last year, that trend has held where current projections still fall behind last year's funding levels. But given the kind of tone and tenor of what has been going on related to federal research, the expectation was a little darker than what is currently playing out in terms of forecasted activity. So right now, both research spending and funding are up at all three universities. So again, up compared to what was planned in the budget, still down compared to last year. We look forward to hearing more from our CFO colleagues and research colleagues about whether this is a function of the actual portfolio that we have right now, or whether there are hopefully some brighter signs for future prospects as it relates to funding that might transfer into future year projections as well. So having talked about all of those big revenue areas, then the other side of it is how are we spending money? So we know how much is coming in. It is generally less than last year. How does that compare to the costs that are driving our operations? So in that space, all of the universities have talked about increased costs, as you would expect in an inflationary environment, especially around construction costs, technology costs, some specialized services. Those are things that are costing more than was originally budgeted. But overall, ASU has actually cited an effort to reduce and contain costs, which has offset some of those cost increases, allowing it to have a more favorable, so a lower cost projection for the year. With NAU and U of A, they both cite personnel-related costs as key drivers, making the budget numbers a little bit higher than they had originally forecast for the year. Those things said, though, the question is, how does all of that add up into an impact on the bottom line for the year? And as I had just mentioned, you know, there are shifts in budget across all three universities. At ASU and NAU, they are modest improvements in overall net position. At U of A, it is a little bit declined. All three of the universities are planning to, or are forecasting, I don't think they're planning for anything negative, forecasting a lower net position than, or a lower change in net position than in last year. But the bright news is that when all of that distills down to actual cash in the bank and liquidity, all three of the universities are projecting consistency in the level of cash available and the level of funding that will be available at year end. So we're not having further declines into available cash. We're not having further depletion of reserves. Instead, everyone is maintaining modest levels despite all of the ambiguity and turbulence that currently exists in the market. So that said, I stand for any questions and invite my CFO colleagues to come up here, at least out of solidarity.
The cheese stands alone.
Are there questions from the board? President Crow?
I have a question, but I do have a comment. And so the comment was made, the slowing down trajectory. There's no slowing down trajectory. There are millions of people that went to college and never finished, 40 million in the United States, over 1 million in Arizona alone. There's no diminishment in demand for college. The number of people that want to go to college is still massive. There are all kinds of things going on at the edge. And so it's not a slowing down of demand. And so, you know, when someone says to me, there's fewer high school graduates or something like that, I'm just like, shut off. I mean, college is a lifelong thing after high school. And so the opportunities are unbelievable. Now, executing on those opportunities and finding those students and finding those learners along the way is quite challenging and very expensive. And so it's not easy, but it's just not the case, from my perspective anyway, that enrollment is a function of, I mean, you were commenting really on our trajectories, I think, but I mean, the broader statement is there's unbelievable opportunities out there. We're working on new degrees for specific companies. We're working on expanding our relationships with hundreds of individual companies now. We have officers now working at the corporate levels to advance. We have new things that we're doing with the Army, with the Navy, with the Space Force, with the Air Force, all of which want more degrees, more courses, more activity, you know, all these kinds of things. The complexity for us and for the Regents to sort of keep in the back of your mind is that while it seems like we're resource-rich institutions, none of us are resource-rich institutions. The institutions that we're competing against, their power of financial aid, their state support, their support for facilities, all these other things make their environments simpler and more powerful relative to the recruiting of students. If you're at Texas A&M University and you're getting $100 million a year or more, $200 million a year from the state for new facilities, and you're not scraping this together and scraping that together in some way, then you have resources to focus on enrollment and student retention and other kinds of successes. And so our institutions are highly entrepreneurial. I apologize if I'm speaking for the others, but we operate on a highly entrepreneurial basis. But we operate in an environment of sort of a lack of realization of the nature of the competition that's out there. So if we lose students to another state, that we might have normally recruited, it's not just because they decided to go to the other state, it's because the other state has more resources. And so there's a competition going on here also. And so there's a lot of opportunity and unbelievable competition, and we have to be unbelievably capable and crafty and persistent to make these things work. And so and then in Arizona, there's no shortage. I mean, the state is expanding unbelievably. We're going to break 8 million people. And we still have a similar number of students from Arizona attending the universities as we did, some time ago. So we have to really, really work on this. And for us, at ASU, now speaking only specifically for us, to Regent Duval's pursuit, we were asked to take on many, many, many more Arizona students. We've done that. We have over 70,000 students attending ASU from online and on campus from Arizona. For the undergraduates, that is a net financial loss position of hundreds of millions of dollars a year that we have to make up from our own design of the institution. That is not the case in Indiana or Illinois or Texas or Florida or any of the other places that we're competing against on a regular basis. It's just not the case, and it is here. And so it's just eyes wide open here relative to enrollment and finances. This is tricky business for us. Colleagues probably agree.
Thank you, President Crow. Any other observations or questions? All right, we are going to take a 7-minute break. We will reconvene at 3:30, and we will hear from President Garamella and his team about the state of the university at the University of Arizona. So use your next 7 minutes wisely. We will start promptly at 3:30. That was quite a gathering over there. All right, thank you all for shortening your breaks. We will reconvene now, and the next item will focus on the University of Arizona. President Garamella and his team will provide the state of the university for the University of Arizona, reporting on our promise. President Garamella.
Thank you, Chair Goodyear, and thanks to all of you again. We're very glad to have this opportunity to give you an update on the implementation of our strategic imperatives, which we've called Delivering on Our Promise. And so we thought we'd be reporting on the promise on an annual basis to you. So you'll hear directly from our leaders who've been engaged in this important work. We've set aside time for questions, but of course, if you need clarifications along the way, just interrupt us, please. So we'll begin with Provost Prelock, who's going to share details of the development of our academic success goals. This is the key implementation piece to the strategic imperatives and the steps we've taken with her team. This includes the evolution of how we structure the university to create a more student-centered experience, which she announced last week. There's a new organization new organizational structure they're using, and the functional reorganization will create a more coordinated student experience and ensure we're positioning resources to best support their success. As Patty will share with you, this change and all of the steps we've taken are responsive to the input she has received through a series of listening sessions. She's talked to hundreds and hundreds of people on campus. It was important to us that these sessions and the academic success goals be collaborative, and we've been deliberate in engaging faculty, staff, and students, shared governance partners, and community members. I think you'll see that the outcome reflects this level of care and intentionality. In all of this, we've centered our North Star of success for every student while they're here at the U of A and beyond. I'm excited for the results we'll see in the months and years to come. We'll then turn after Patty to Tomas Diaz de la Rubia and members of his team, and what a team it is, who will share how we are fueling Arizona's future through discovery and innovation. We've made a lot of progress with our strategic research initiatives this year. As with Patty's work, the shaping of these initiatives has been collaborative, and it's involved teams from across the university, as Tomas will describe. And the expert leaders who've joined us to helm these initiatives are here, making their presence known, and I'm excited that they will provide updates on their work. We have a lot to get to, so I'll leave my remarks there and welcome Patty to present. I do want to close by thanking you again for your support and leadership as we pursue a bold agenda for the University of Arizona's future. Patty.
Thank you so much, President Garamella and Regent and Chair Goodyear and all the regions. So I'm really excited to talk to you about the work that my team and I have been doing and to be here with my research colleagues as well. So I will be talking to you, as Suresh mentioned, over the past several months I've had several conversations with over nearly 500 people and probably a dozen other community groups, and I've asked a number of questions. And one of the first questions I asked was, how do you define student success? And then I asked them, what is something on this campus that is a gem that really represents what student success looks like? What are the barriers to that success? And is there something with our structure that might hinder the students in achieving that success? These conversations have been invaluable in shaping our shared vision for the University of Arizona. And what I heard consistently was that our university is home to extraordinary faculty and staff who are deeply committed to the success of students. But we also heard that while we offer many resources and services to support our students, there are some key opportunities to strengthen that experience, especially during their first 2 years on campus. We have been working on how our support services are organized to break down the silos that we've heard about and to line our resources. As President Garamella mentioned, we have built on these insights and worked collaboratively with our deans, many of who are right behind me, and my Provost Integrated Leadership Team, all my vice provosts who are also here, the Faculty Senate, Executive Council, the department heads, Strategic Planning and Budget Advisory Committee, ORP, and our student leaders, both at the undergraduate and graduate level, as they help develop our academic success goals.
Patty, could I interrupt and just ask all our deans, our senior leaders, our shared governance partners to please stand and be recognized. Just for a second, please. Thank you all for your...
I could not do this job without them. They're amazing. And as you know about President Garamella's strategic imperatives, they're only as good as we can actually have an implementation plan that demonstrates how are they going to work. So the academic success goals really serve as that guiding framework for all our faculty, students, and staff involved in advancing the university's academic mission. They serve as that plan that will really demonstrate how we achieve those strategic imperatives and where we've made a real promise to deliver on our promise for the success for every student. So we have several primary goal areas, and today our focus is on success for every student, although you will see I've placed in front of your the seats a streamlined version of our academic success goals. They're actually much more complicated than that, but I don't want to overwhelm you, but they will be on our website. And it gives you a sense of what are the strategic areas that the university has identified, what are the objectives for those, the actions that are going to help us achieve those objectives, who are the leaders. We also have partners in that, and then what are the metrics that we will achieve. I just gave you high-level metrics. We have much more detailed metrics, and we have baseline metrics to know where we are now and where will we be in the next 3 to 5 years. So as you've heard us in the past, increasing student retention and graduation rates is a high priority. So moving our retention to over 90% is my % goal over the next 3 years, and as well as increasing our graduation rates at the 4-year level from 57% this year to 65 to 70% over the next 4 years. We have some very aggressive goals with our deans and our community to make this happen. Also improving career readiness and outcomes. So within the next 6 months of graduation for students, our goal is that 95% of our students will be employed or will be in a continuing education or graduate program. My ultimate goal is to develop a 4-year success plan for every student, and what that would look like is what is their curricular framework and what is the co-curricular framework, so that they are doing things outside the classroom that contributes to the learning they're doing inside the classroom, whether that's internships, research, study abroad, et cetera. We're also doing something similar with our graduate students and working on developing a intensive and supportive student mentorship program and support, and really building a sense of community for our transfer students. That's something we heard over and over again in the community conversations, that the transfer experience is not what it could be. And so we've created this integrated ecosystem for student success and pathways, and we're partnering with our Office of Institutional Research and campus collaborators to really identify what are our data sources, both national data sources that we'll use and metrics, as well as local ones, that if there are not national benchmarks, so that we can really track our progress. We've also launched a Provost Fellows program for the academic success goals in each area. I thought this would be a good opportunity to provide leadership for both our faculty and our staff, as well as to help the leaders who are administrators to really implement the plan. And what's exciting is the applications were just open for about 2 weeks. They just closed and we had 56 applicants. And I don't know how we're going to make the decision, because it's 3, 1 for each strategic imperative area, 1 for faculty and 1 staff who will work together. So there's a lot of excitement, and with all of those quality applications, I think what we'll probably do is engage them in other work around this area. So what is the Wildcat journey? So we're building this coordinated, consistent, and supportive through line that guides every student from their first point of contact with the university through graduation and beyond. Our goal is to provide a clear, seamless experience for students and families, beginning with recruitment, continuing through orientation, and then their transition and enrollment. Our admissions focus is on recruiting students who will graduate, prioritizing quality and success over enrollment numbers. Our aim is to balance our goals for net tuition revenue while upholding our land-grant mission by expanding access through Arizona Online Education and stronger transfer pathways and partnerships with all of our community colleges. Our approach is grounded in a national best practice framework emphasizing student preparation, sense of belonging, retention, timely graduation, and career readiness, all minimizing student debt. And to achieve these outcomes, we've adopted a holistic review process that evaluates each applicant within the context of their available academic and extracurricular opportunities, considering factors such as rigor of coursework, academic performance, and personal experiences or responsibilities outside the classroom. Every student who wants to come to U of A will have an opportunity to come to U of A. Their pathway may look a little different, but we want to make sure that their pathway is one where they will truly be successful. So through this academic journey, as Wildcats, students will receive support from a range of academic services, such as advising, our think tank, which provides tutoring, supplemental instruction and writing, and the SALT Center, which provides more intensive and focused support for our neurodiverse students. Their sense of belonging, as well as their physical and mental well-being, will be strengthened through our many student support programs, including our counseling services for students. And students will develop the skills they need for career success through a Center for Career Readiness and Blue Chip Leadership, leading them to graduation and beyond as proud members of the Wildcat family for life. So we started looking at our physical space and our student success district, and in our effort to really create an ecosystem that makes sense, we realized that the gem on campus is the Student Success District, but we don't leverage it in a sufficient way. So there are 4 buildings, 9 acres, and 1 cohesive ecosystem dedicated to supporting our students. We're leveraging this district to ensure every student can access the resources, the spaces, and expertise they need to reach their academic, career, and personal goals. The district, as you see on the PowerPoint, really drives students' development through an array of student support services and spaces on collaborative, hands-on learning with a deep engagement with technology. And if you can see the visual, we have done a restructure with programs, but we're also looking at our physical space so that we can create a through line for students where what is the front door, how do they then build community and connection, and then what is the support that they will have so that they know from when they're in the recruitment process, this is what U of A will provide to them. So we have several student success initiatives that will advance our goal for success for every student. And we're implementing these currently. Right now, we have a general education initiative where we really want to step up and continue to improve our general education effort. We have some bookend courses, the first year course as well as the final portfolio course. We heard from students, faculty and staff, but particularly students. There are things that we could do differently that would really improve their initial experience and really prepare them for their careers. So we're using their voices, and we've formed a task force to really look at how might we step it up in our university-wide courses to really support them, understanding why are we doing general education and what is the importance in terms of the competencies and skills that they develop. And students have provided lots of input in that effort. And I know there was a question earlier, how do the students feel about it? This was a really important effort for us, and to get their input is going to help us really make those initial university-wide courses important. We also have improved our civic engagement course. I was really pleased with the data that we were able to provide on how well our U of A faculty and team are doing in the civic knowledge and engagement requirements. Our students are performing well. There were actually a significant number of them where they were exceeding expectations. But we believe there could be more room to grow. So to that end, we've added a new course in civic knowledge area that all incoming students will be required to take as part of their general education studies, and that will start in fall 2026. We're also improving our academic advising, and we have 2 work groups that are working on that. We realize, although we have professional advising at some of our colleges, that it's not really at the level across all colleges because of resource challenges and numbers of students they have to manage. And so we want every student to have a successful and consistent experience and use best practices. So we're doing professional advising at a centralized level with a support in the shared model with our deans, and providing training so that as students move from college to college, they have a consistent experience. And we also realize we have to strengthen advisor capacity and invest in that, because some advisors have hundreds of students where others don't, and we want to make sure that we are moving in the direction that is really key to their success. The other thing that we've been doing as we have worked towards improving our 4-year graduation rate and 6-year graduation rate, launched in spring of 2025, this graduation project initiative was really designed to identify what are some barriers that are preventing students from graduating in 4 years. And we identified that if students have completed at least 70% of their required credits as of spring 25, what is it that will help them get across the line so that they can truly graduate? And we realized by working with our wonderful colleges collaboratively, we pinpointed where students are getting stuck, where courses that are required weren't being offered in the semester that they needed so that they could actually graduate on time. And we identified that availability, advising, adjusting some of our policies could support their progress. And this year we had record all-time increases for both 4-year and 6-year graduation rates. While it's hard to isolate what are the contributing factors for these increases, I think that certainly the graduation project was one of those, and it was truly a campus-wide effort. Specifically, we had a 4.5% increase in 4-year graduation rate and a 3.4-year 3.4% increase in six-year graduation rate. And we, for the first time, surpassed over 70% for 6 years, although I've told my team that is not sufficient. So my expectation is four-year graduation rate would be at 70+%, and six-year graduation rate would be above 85. So the deans all have their goals, as does my team. They're a bit stressed about I said these are stretch goals, but we will achieve them. We also have had some significant community college connections, and this has been really an effort to provide a clear, navigable, and seamless experience for students and their families, particularly for our transfer students. This commitment really includes strengthening our transfer student pathways to make sure that every student has the experience and are supported and connected for their journey. These are just some of the community colleges that I've met with directly, and we have relationships that we are developing so that we can do 2+2, 1+3, and for those community colleges who are doing 4-year to do an accelerated master's 4+1 programs. We've met with Pima Community College about 4 times, and with our wonderful colleagues in the College of Medicine, they are providing a pathway for 4 health-related programs with our Pima students. And we are working with Cochise, and they have several that they're interested in engineering and business. Arizona Western is also interested in a variety of different ones. Maricopa, I've met with the provost there, and we are just beginning to look at what would be the next steps. We have several programs that are already been initiated in several community colleges. My goal ultimately is that we will have relationships and 2+2 agreements at a university level for all the community colleges. All right, we realize that one of our challenges has been our transfer process from the community colleges to the University of Arizona could be easier, and so we have re-envisioned our Transfer Student Support Services Center, and we are now putting advisors in that center with an advisor specifically trained to work with our community colleges. We are also finally leveraging data and analytics to improve our processes, inform our decisions, and measure our progress by using the transfer portal. This innovative tool, which is developed by our own graduate students under the leadership of Vice Provost Greg Heilman, and it allows students to transfer and to explore and plan what that transfer might look like, transferring their academic credits from their community college to the U of A. Now, a lot of universities have a portal for themselves, and they identify these are the courses you need to take to be successful. But what ours is unique is we're taking the curriculum from the community colleges. We have fed it into our program, and we have our colleges, and so a student can say, I'm interested in nutrition and food sciences. Here's what you have to take at Pima Community College, and this is how you will achieve your 2 years at the University of Arizona. So I thought I would have you see, we're going to watch a demonstration of this new tool that we've created, thanks to Greg and our graduate students.
Transfer articulation is perhaps the largest inequity that exists in higher education today. The path from a community college to a 4-year degree is often touted as an affordable way for a student to earn a bachelor's degree. This promise, however, is undermined by the inefficiencies and complexities associated with transfer articulation, leading students to lose an average of 30 credit hours of prior coursework every time they transfer, according to a study conducted by the National Center for Education Statistics. With support from the American Council on Education and WICHE, we've been working with AZ Transfer, along with a number of our community college partners, to develop a portal for transfer students that is intended to squarely address this problem. Through this portal, a community college student can obtain early insights along with clear direction on the optimal pathway they should follow to earn both an associate's degree at a community college and a bachelor's degree at the U of A, while minimizing credit loss and time to degree. If a student changes their mind after taking some courses, this tool will recompute the student's best possible pathway to completion given their new situation. Let me demonstrate. Here's the landing page for our portal. If I select the 2-year to 4-year plan option, I'm presented with this view, which allows me to select a community college, and here I'm picking Pima Community College, and then an associate degree program at Pima Community College. Next, I'll select the U of A as the destination school, and the BS in accounting as the degree I'd like to earn. Then, when I select the Generate Transfer Plan button, an optimized transfer plan is created for me, with the first 4 terms at Pima Community College and the next 4 terms at the University of Arizona. The student is also provided with a useful grid view that allows them to easily see the courses at Pima Community College and the particular term they should be taken in, along with those at the University of Arizona, along with the prerequisites for each of these courses. So here, I'm showing that Econ 330 at the U of A has prerequisites of ECN 201 and ECN 202 that can be taken at Pima Community College. If a student selects the Analyze Transfer Plan button on this page, they are provided with a concise summary of how every credit they have earned applies or not at both institutions. Notice also that there are many courses at Pima Community College that satisfy degree requirements at both Pima Community College, as well as a degree requirement at the U of A through transfer. This double counting of credits is essential in the construction of efficient transfer plans that lead to actual 2- to 4-year completion plans. Finally, students can work with their advisor to edit these plans by moving courses around in the various views that are provided to them. We are looking forward to making this portal widely available to community college students throughout the state, as well as to any of the 4-year institutions who are interested in utilizing it. Thank you.
So a big shout out to Greg Heilman, my Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, and the graduate students who in their creativity and technical knowledge have done this and have worked closely with our community colleges. Every time we show this to a community college, they're thrilled. It does mean that they do have to be giving us their curriculum so that we can do a match and make sure that students have a clear pathway for success. So as we move forward, these efforts are not just about improving systems or processes. They are about creating a culture where every student feels seen, supported, and capable of being successful at U of A. Our academic success goals, the Wildcat Journey, and our Student Success District all come together with one purpose: to ensure every Wildcat has the opportunity to thrive academically, personally, and professionally. This is our collective work. My entire team behind me, our deans, our vice provost, our president, our staff, our students. We are working together to make every department, college, and role realize this vision. Together, we will make the University of Vermont a model for what it means to be success for every student. We will deliver on our promise. Thank you.
That's great, Patty. I feel like clapping, but maybe I'll let others do that. Some time for questions before we move to Thomas?
Yeah, I have a question. Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Provost Brelock. So you mentioned that you are going to monitor after graduation 6 months for students to make sure that they are employed. So what happened to the students at UAGC, for example, because these are adult, they are already working, and if there is any way to monitor their mobility or higher pay, because that's like a different group of people that
Right.
sometimes we take forever, adults take longer from
Right.
the attainment,
Right.
but at the end when they do it, is, okay, what's the next?
Yeah, so if you'll see on the academic success goals that one of the areas, our UAGC and Arizona Online participated in this, and their goals for retention and progression are going to be a little different because people are at different points in their career. But they do have some benchmarks nationally, and I think with the individual that President Garamella introduced, Frank Dooley, he will help us as kind of a leader in this space. But for career outcomes, they have a way to look at how is their upskilling supporting their ability to move in their career and increase their salary. That's always the goal for us. Many of them are working full-time. Many are veterans that are all across the world. And the goal is always to upskill and prepare, and we will have a framework that we're using to look at their, it would be different than the more traditional, but it would be, have we given them skills that is going to increase their career trajectory?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Yes, you're welcome.
Real quick, thank you very much for your presentation. I think especially the transfer tool is such a powerful application. I was curious if maybe there was an opportunity or some conversation to incorporate maybe a similar tool for students already here. I know I definitely could have used that tool when I was registering for classes, and it's an incredible platform. I mean, congratulations on it to begin with.
Yeah, well, it's all my team and Greg and graduate students. You know, you just need students around to make you think a little harder. As we're looking at this, and we're going to be presenting it more with our deans as well, you're right, it makes sense to provide this for students who are changing their major. And so we can easily do this. I think this one is more complicated because we're using other institutions and they have to be willing to give us their curriculum. Yeah, but excellent suggestion, yeah.
Other questions? Proceed.
If not, Thomas, why don't you take on, please?
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here today, a year after I started at the university, almost to the date. And so what we want to do today is to update you a little bit on the progress that we have been making on our research initiatives. A year ago, when I first arrived, President Garimella invited me to have dinner with all of you and to talk a little bit about some ideas for research initiatives, strategic directions that we could take at the university that build on our strengths, our historical strengths, which are many, but that have the potential to impact some of society's most urgent challenges that we face as a planet, and that can really affect in a positive way the lives of Arizonans, the nation, and the world. And so what you're going to see here today is a brief sort of summary of what we have been doing over this last year. This short video sort of will remind us of that conversation that we had a year ago over that dinner. There it is.
The University of Arizona is where discovery meets purpose, where innovation drives the future of energy, healthcare, and national security. Fusion powers the stars. We're advancing the materials, manufacturing, and modeling to commercialize it and make sustainable, virtually limitless energy a reality on Earth. Through our long-standing leadership in areas like imaging, optics, instrumentation, mission operations, and hypersonic systems, we're strengthening our nation and securing the space economy. Using artificial intelligence, we are redefining how disease is diagnosed. Treatment is personalized, and future healthcare professionals are trained, improving health outcomes for all. Guided by our land-grant mission and the power of discovery, this is research that shapes our future, from Arizona to the world.
So that was the conversation that we had a year ago. Over this last year, we have made tremendous progress. We presented these ideas to the university, and we have spent a lot of time convening faculty, staff, and students across campus in strategic forecasting and strategic planning processes that I believe have advanced and really defined the directions that we can take across these three major initiatives. So what we're going to do over the next 15 minutes is have three of our leaders that are leading these areas talk to you for a few minutes about their vision, what they're doing, and how they're working with the university, the advances that they're making in these areas. We're going to start with Dr. Horst Hahn, who joined us here at the University of Arizona a few months ago. After a stellar career as a material scientist in Germany and here in the United States, a career that led to him being elected a member of the National Academy of Engineering, and he's now helping us lead our fusion energy initiative. So,
and
Horst?
Thomas, as you transition, I just want to, I know you've said this often, But we could not have gone down this path with the 3 big initiatives and the couple of others without the ABOR support. So just want to thank you all for the 20 million. I mean, you have to invest heavily because there's a lot of equipment, a lot of people, other things needed to get going. We think we can build this into a $1 billion enterprise of its own, but that does need investment. So we do appreciate the support that ABOR is providing. Please.
Thank you. Of course. Thank you. I'm excited to speak to you today about fusion energy, a new strategic focus at the University of Arizona. Fusion energy is one.
Just going to move this.
Okay. Fusion energy is one of the most transformative scientific frontiers, a virtually limitless carbon-free power source with the potential to revolutionize the global energy systems. The U of A is uniquely positioned to lead this era of innovation by addressing the complex engineering challenges needed to deliver safe, scalable, and commercially viable fusion power. A quick background. Fusion is the energy that powers the stars. In 2022, Lawrence Livermore National Lab achieved a historic milestone, a fusion reaction that produced more energy than the lasers used to ignite it. The science is proven. Now engineering must make it practical. Fusion energy has become, and that's what you can see on that right side of the graph, has become a global race with a potential for a $1 trillion market. Startups have grown from a handful worldwide to 25 in the US alone in just a few years, and investments have surged from $1.9 billion in 2021 to over $9.7 billion in 2025 in the US. This momentum will deliver clean, reliable base load energy to meet the soaring demands from AI and to advanced manufacturing. Our vision is to establish a world-class fusion and energy engineering program and facility to accelerate the transition from breakthrough science to commercial solutions. Through public-private partnerships with industry, government, and philanthropy, we will develop, test, and validate critical technologies, laying the foundation for Arizona's first fusion power plant. We will accelerate progress in enabling technology, bridging fundamental discovery with industry-ready solutions, leveraging on the strengths of the U of A in optics, materials, AI, diagnostic system engineering, and more. To drive this vision, we propose the Arizona Institute for Future Energy, a purpose-built platform that is focused on delivering clean energy to the grid. The Institute will advance breakthroughs in laser components, fuel cycling and target injection, radiation-resistant materials, and workforce training for the next generation of fusion engineers and technicians. We are already collaborating with national labs and industry. U of A is a proud member of the DOE-funded Starfire Hub, led by Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and a founding member of the Fusion Industry Association's Research and Educational Program. Our first externally funded project is a DOE Bridge Initiative, partnering with a startup company, Inertia Enterprise, and Livermore National Lab. Inertia will invest $200 million to build a high-power, high-repetition solid-state laser, while DOE provides $10 million for R&D at Livermore National Lab and University of Arizona. Plans are underway for a world-class test and evaluation center in southern Arizona, again as a public-private partnership accelerating lab-to-market strategies and laying the foundation for a fusion-driven economy. This facility will validate technology at scales which are realistic for future power plants and critical step to move fusion from concept to the grid and establish fusion as a hub for the next generation energy. At U of A, the future of fusion energy begins. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Horst. So you can tell our goals, our ambitions are high, turning these things into hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to drive a new industry for the future of the planet right here from Southern Arizona. Next, let me turn to the National Security Challenge and introduce General Robin Rand. General Rand is a senior advisor to us for national security initiatives, leading our efforts in this space, putting a team together to help us, again, take our tremendous capabilities across the board in astronomy and space science and hypersonics and lasers, and think about how do we couple this to research in a contested era. General Rand?
Thank you, Tomas. Thank you, Board. It's great to be with you today. I'm very grateful to be back in Arizona, and I just will share with you that I spent over 12 years of my 40-plus years on active duty in this wonderful state, serving here at Davis-Monthan and at Williams, if you all remember that. It's where I started as Second Lieutenant Rand, and then at Luke Air Force Base. So it's just wonderful to be home, to be honest with you. I take national security very seriously. It's personal to me like it is to Regent Duvall and Regent McCain. I know I'm the proud son of a World War II veteran, Korean War, Vietnam veteran. I'm the brother to 2 Marines. I am now the father-in-law to a Colonel of the United States Air Force, and I'm the grandfather to a Cadet 3rd Class Robinson at the Air Force Academy. So it's very personal. I will tell you, in my 51 years of dedicating my life to national security, I've never seen the world more wildly than it is right now. We don't have to look very far to see that, do we, with what's going on in Indo-PACOM region, with China, with North Korea, the volatile situations in the Middle East, the challenges we still face with Iran. This is a tough world we live in. And I'm okay with the fact that most of our citizens in this country are blissfully ignorant of these challenges, but I know the University of Arizona is not, and I salute the president for this initiative very much because it's noble, and as I said, it's very personal. So I'm coming on board to do this Institute for National Security. I couldn't be more excited. There isn't a better place to do it than in the state of Arizona. Arizona, to me, is a national crown jewel for national security. And it has supported our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen unmatched anywhere that I've served in my life and career. I want to give a lot of credit to Austin Yamada, who has been running the University of Arizona, the ARC that's called the Applied Research Corporation. We will be changing that to the Institute for National Security, and he's teed me up for great success. And what I would tell you, the purpose of taking a university with research and connecting it to national security, to me, it's really a simple concept. We in the Institute are not the subject matter experts. The subject matter experts are behind me. They are researchers, our faculty members, our students, our scientists, and our engineers. They are the subject matter pros. But the Institute will help connect the internal partners in the university to our external partners, and I consider those to be 3 or 4. External partners are our defense industry partners. External partners are our federal government agencies, particularly Department of Defense. And external partners, obviously, are those that work in the federal labs and certainly the members of Congress that we will work closely with. And we will be facilitators. We will have expertise in contracting. We will have expertise in relationships. We will be able to speak the language, and hopefully we can connect the university, who are the real power players, to these external partners. And what will be the 5 areas? You can't be all things to all people. What the University of Arizona is renowned for is what it's done already, proven it's done already in space. And that will be something that we will continue to build upon. We brought on Lieutenant General, recently retired Deanna Burt, who was basically number 3 in the United States Space Force. And she's agreed to come on and be a senior advisor to the university for us. She will bring greatness to this university. So space will be a focus area. Directed energy will be the second focus area that we'll concentrate on. Spectrum dominance, if you think of cyber, AI, quantum networking, that will all fall into that concept. Hypersonics, wow, we already have good connectivity between Raytheon and what the university is doing in hypersonics. And then the last one is international security policy. You can't be a legitimate Institute for National Security if you don't connect it to something. And what is that connection? What's it like around the world? And I want to take this opportunity to invite you to a national security forum that we're going to have on the 16th of January. We're bringing in some amazing leaders in this topic, and we'll get more details to you, but it's going to be a wonderful forum that we will energize that. So those will be our 5 focus areas. Couldn't be excited enough. Just remember, though, it comes down to trying to help those young 18 to 24-year-old soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians, and coasties who are doing their job. Next slide. I want to take this opportunity with this slide, if I could, to thank you, because you invested, as the president talked about, in the $20 million, that's where some of your investments are already going right now. Real action, turning research into reality. And this is how your money is going to continue to be used. So I am excited to be with you. I thank you again for your support, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, General Rand. I think you can tell why we're bringing General Rand on board. It's exciting times for all of us. And last but not least, I will introduce Professor David Ebert. David has a stellar career as a computer scientist, data scientist, AI expert at Purdue University, at the University of Oklahoma, and now, fortunately for us, here at Arizona, the University of Arizona. So, David, please tell us a little bit about AI and health.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. We live in a world where AI is redefining how we live, how we learn, and how we innovate. At U of A, we are taking this opportunity to harness this transformational power in operations, education, and research. We are already leading with $100 million in AI-enabled research grants that are allowing us to make fundamental breakthroughs across disciplines. We are positioning Arizona as a national hub for responsible AI supercomputing research, driving innovation that benefits Arizonans and the nation. Thanks to ABER's strategic investment, we have launched the AI Health Initiative and the Responsible AI Health Innovation Nexus. Across campus, Catalyst accelerating convergent research and ensuring that it has clinical innovation. The vision for our efforts is to lead the next era of health innovation through AI-powered precision care, ethical deployment, and increased access for all Arizonans and the nation. AI is making lots of innovations already and shows great potential for health outcomes. You'll be able to detect diseases earlier with new technology such as biosensors and imaging sensors, even before symptoms appear. If you get up in the morning and you have a new device in a few years, it will have detected changes in your body, contacted your physicians, and it'll start a conversation to get a personalized, precise treatment for you that will reduce the problem, hopefully, or cure the problem before you ever experience any symptoms. That's what the future holds for us. We're unlocking treatments that were never before imaginable. Think of novel immunotherapies, think of cancer vaccines and drug repurposing so that it makes it to market very quickly because it's already been proved for human use. And we're delivering on personalized therapies. So it's really patient-specific based on your genetics and your life history, so it's effective and will get you to where you need to be. So with our health initiative, we're focusing on 5 areas as well. as most things focus on 3 to 5 areas. So we're embedding AI into the education and clinical training because we need to make sure that the workforce is AI fluent and AI empowered. We're leading in responsible AI health and governance. We're accelerating discovery and translation breakthroughs into clinical innovations and practice, making sure that we get them out there to patients. And some of the examples that we've recently done here at U of A include AI-powered smart bandages and new bladder cancer treatments. We're reshaping care so that it's real-time, you already did, sorry. So that it's real-time, precise, and accessible to everyone in Arizona. And we're driving innovation that strengthens Arizona's health economy. To us, we can't stop with those 4 traditional innovations of a university. We need to make sure that we support the health ecosystem in Arizona and get things out there to impact. Because discoveries are fine, but without translation to impact, it's just a scientific novelty. And to make this innovation real, we are expanding strategic partnerships with Banner Health, other providers across the state, and rural and tribal communities. And we're launching the AI in Health Innovation Fund to allow us to fuel discovery, translation into innovation and impact. We are really building leadership in advanced computing and health innovation, transforming AI-powered discoveries and breakthroughs into real-world impact.
Thank you, David. Very exciting initiative. David is also our Chief AI and Data Science Officer for the entire university. So while he's leading our AI and health initiative, he's also looking at the power of AI across the educational enterprise with Provost Prelog, across the research enterprise, across the entire university. So very, very exciting time. The research that we're trying to do here at the university, we just support is research that shapes the future as our strategic imperatives define. We're excited. We have assembled a fantastic team of leaders. We have these 3 initiatives that you talked about, but we have 2 other initiatives that we're focusing on for the future as well. One on mining and critical minerals. Mining is a key industry for the state. University of Arizona has a history and a tradition of mining engineering and mining economics and all aspects of mining. We're putting together a major initiative that you'll hear about in the future where, following, President Garimella's vision, we're bringing disciplines across the university together to look at mining and critical minerals and the supply chains in a holistic way. Not just the engineering and the science of mining, but also the social license and the legal and the regulatory issues that are fundamental to the success of the mining and critical minerals industry. And we're also focusing on a new exciting initiative around the topic of water, environment, and desert agriculture. We live in the desert. We're the land-grant university for the state of Arizona. I was just in Yuma again a couple of days ago. I've been there like 5 times since I got here. I'm fascinated by what we're able to do in the state of Arizona to feed the nation, to feed the continent, to feed the planet in the middle of the desert with the technology, the knowledge, the know-how, the understanding of the soils and the water that this university is able to bring to the table, working with the private sector in areas like Yuma to advance our agriculture while sustaining our environment for the future. So very exciting initiative on that front as well. And I think, what I'm hoping that a year from now, when it's been 2 years, fabulous years in Arizona, you will hear a lot more about the progress that we're making across all these strategic vectors that we're. So thank you again for your support, and look forward to what the future is going to bring us.
Thank you, Tomas. And before we open up for questions, there is a 3rd imperative, as you know, and that's in our engagement with our community, uplifting our community. And you will be hearing from a large group of students and faculty at the reception today. I think there are 21 posters or so. Every one of our deans has pulled together faculty and staff and students to present, and that's the best way to hear about it. So you'll hear about the 3rd imperative over drinks and hors d'oeuvres or something, but with posters. So that completes our presentation on reporting on our promise. We're more than happy to take questions. Any of us will be happy to. So.
Regent Duval, I know I can always count on you.
Anything quickly? Okay. Terrific work, very, very exciting. The content, it seems timely. It seems aligned with both the strengths of the university and frankly, the potential for funding sources. So I think a great deal of good thought has gone into all of that. The pace with which you are landing A-quality talent is dizzying and impressive, so congratulations on that as well. Not on this list, but I am curious because it came up when we began first talking about your coming here, which is this is the strongest R1 university that sits on a border with Mexico. And I hope in this mix of initiatives, we are thinking about how to leverage that locational advantage relative to students, relative to research, relative to issues and topics, because I think it's unique, it's a unique selling proposition, and I trust it is, but haven't heard much about it.
Yes, so absolutely, Regent Duval. You know, throughout the development of our delivering on our promise imperatives, I personally convene many, many conversations with students, community members, staff, faculty, et cetera. And there was not a single time that we didn't start with our location on the borderlands. The uniqueness of the place, and which has led to our strengths and how we work. You heard from Mayor Romero this morning that, right, we are so different in so many ways, and that has, throughout our 140-year history, driven our course, the course we've taken. You know, I've attended the Arizona-Mexico Commission meetings. We have the Water Resources Research Center, which transcends research. It goes into policy and all these other things. And so it absolutely is, it actually sort of, it's a thread that runs through almost everything we do. Obviously, the arid region agriculture that we're talking about, and again, we wanted to sort of give you a flavor of 3 topics, but there's certainly 2 more, like Tomas mentioned. That has a lot to do with our interaction with our colleagues. But even beyond Mexico, as you know, the CNRS, one of the largest research centers of its type in France, chose the University of Arizona as the first location to start an international research center to address global grand challenges. It's called the France-Arizona Institute, and I was just recently in Paris. They liked the model so much that they opened a similar international research center in Sao Paulo, in Tokyo, with University of Tokyo, with Imperial College, and with the University of Chicago. That's a good group to be part of, and we were looking to see how we can grow that further. We have deep partnerships with UNAM, et cetera, but there's a lot more to do there. I think we need to get more, at the University of Arizona, we need to get more strategic about our approach to international engagement. Certainly study abroad and things like that, and student mobility is one thing, but I think research partnerships is another. But everything we do will have Mexico and the border as a huge, huge partner. Yes. Patty.
I just wanted to add from the educational perspective, we have a writing program impact. It's rooted in the borderlands, and that is a collaboration between the departments of Spanish and Portuguese, Foundation's writing program. So one is in the College of Humanities, one is in the Social and Behavioral Sciences, Borderlands Education in the College of Education, our HSI initiatives, and then student engagement and career development. And they're seeing some amazing changes for students, and it's funded through multiple grants on how we're really supporting the level of development of English and writing in our borderland communities.
Chair Goodyear, if I might, not so much a question, but Provost, I want to say thank you for you being the first to go in this very nice presentation, because again, it just is a compliment back to the University of Arizona for grounding yourself in student success. And again, it seems simple. We can get, we can talk about hypersonic, we can talk about a lot of different things that are wow and neat, but it is nice to hear from my perspective, our three universities, and now with you in such a short period of time, so focused on the experience and the success of a student coming to the University of Arizona. It's a pleasure to hear.
Well, thank you so much for that. And to see the connection with research, what has happened for our students, since we know engagement in research is another high-impact practice that really supports the retention. Tomas and I are working together in terms of how we're even bringing faculty in, and who are the faculty who will not only facilitate our research agenda, but do that also in the classroom. So it's nice to see that collaboration between the VPR and the provost, where everything that we're doing, and even as he's in Yuma, he's saying, Patty, you've got to get there because they have some issues that they need to talk to you about in terms of curriculum, as he's dealing with some of the agriculture, water pieces. So it's a very exciting dynamic, but as I've told everyone, anything you bring to me, if it doesn't support student success, I don't really want to hear about it. You have to do it in that context because we're here for the students.
Regent Brewster, if I may, to augment on what the provost was just saying, I've been at 3 universities now in my career, and never have I had a provost ask me to opine on faculty hires proposed by deans, or to provide input for the research goals of the deans. That's how close this partnership is that President Garimella is driving. There's no daylight between the leadership team at the university. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's great to hear.
If I may, I'd like to comment or build upon Regent Brewster's question to Provost Prelock. So we talked a lot about student success. You are taking on a heavy lift to try and move percentages that in this state have not traditionally been very difficult to move. What do you see as your biggest challenges internally and externally, and be able to do that in the time frame you've given this board?
Yeah. So I think the internal challenges would be, do we have the resources that we need to support the framework that we've created, and how can we help our community reallocate resources to look at, are there things that we don't need to be doing that are not really leading to student success, and what are the things using data and best practices that can lead to student success. So it's a huge culture change, but I will have to say the community has been very open to this, because when I went through my multiple conversations, and President Garimella and I talked about it, he said, do you need this 3 months to do this? And I go, yes, because this is the only way I'm going to be able to say, we're doing this because this is what you told us. So in my communication out to the community, I said, I heard this, so we're doing this based on what you have shared. So I think that communication has helped that internal piece. In terms of external pieces, I think always really knowing what is the investment in education. I know President Crow has talked about that. I feel like we have to do some more work in our K through 12 area, and I've been working with my College of Education dean and others to say, what can we do to help prepare students better so that they're really prepared to be successful and can truly be a student who graduates at U of A. We've been talking about doing summer programming in my enrollment management group. We have a New Start program, but is it big enough to really support math and writing foundational pieces that are challenging, because some students have access to AP and other curricular and areas and others do not. So how can I support that? So we've been talking about doing boot camps in the summer for students and starting earlier than just right before they're supposed to start school. So there's lots of pieces. Probably my biggest challenge is there's not enough hours in the day. But I have an amazing team, and with bringing on Jenna Rickus, who has really a good understanding of student success and advising and support in the academic areas, that will help me really navigate, especially some of the community colleges pieces that I really want to see move forward. Because we do have some pretty aggressive goals, as my deans will tell you. She has some big goals for us. Yeah.
Zapata.
Thank you. Provost, I am really grateful that you're here since we met and all the challenges that you had since the beginning. And just a question about student success, because according to what I saw in the data, the 4 years at 57% on attainment, right? And then a 6 year in 71%. How do we move that to be more successful? And I know that's a challenge because now you have to move that into a better position.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate everything you are doing because looking at data like this, really, until you don't look at the data, you have no idea.
Exactly.
And that is very impressive to see a 57% in 4 years. And in 6 years, 71%. We discussed about this, you know, that we will just talk about 6 years because sometimes it sounds much better. But, and I appreciate everything you're doing as I continue to work with you since I'm from Southern Arizona. And thank you. Thank you for all you have done since your, you know, your arrival to U of A. And also I would like to thank Tomas, who has been really a partner, you know, with ABOR as well and working very hard, and General Ran for bringing DOD and all the cybersecurity, national security, and the institute that will make an impact and change on everything that is happening. Like you said, we're in real deep situation when we can see it, you know. I call it, we support the mission on global war on terror. And there are things that we cannot see, we hear, but even if we hear, it just go like this. And Tomas, you have been doing a great work behind the scene and changes, you know, when we talk about all the things that are happening and having a team and put together a team that can support in a long term, because this is not something that could be done in next year or in 2 years. It's something that will be progressing. And as you all know, I always have been, like you, very connected with DOD, with the military, and have some kind of deep root there. Although it looks like I come from another country, but it is all related to national security and to be able to find a way to protect our nation and protect us individually, because we have been attacked individually as well, and maybe a lot of people doesn't even know that. So thank you for all the work behind the scene, and thank you for the results that we're going to have, you know, with our system.
Thank you, Richimata.
Thank you very much.
So, Goodyear, you gave us an hour?
Yeah,
hope we
I just
filled it
have
well.
one comment, and then I'll let you close it out. So I thought this was a terrific presentation. So thank you for pulling it together. There was a great mix of the lofty and aspirational on the one hand, and then the very practical on the other. And for me personally, I have a bias more towards the practical. So sorry that makes me less of a visionary, but the stuff that you're talking about matters. So the portal, great concept, more of that, please.
Yes.
That actually helps real people and students who are trying to navigate their way through a pretty difficult and complex system. So more like that, great. A little bit discussed here, but from other meetings with you, just the things that you are doing to increase the number of people who have an international experience so they can go study overseas. Very big deal. The percentage, you're trying to increase the percentage of people of students who actually have an actual research experience while they're on campus. Very big deal, important for the rest of their lives. And, you know, the percentages, okay, 57 and 71, trying to get up to 70 and 85. Again, consequential. We do not want students coming here and saddled with debt and not graduating.
Exactly right.
So that is a moral imperative. And so for all of that, I don't mean to shortchange those of you who had more visionary presentations here. The practical stuff that helps students, thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And And the vision is we are creating an environment in which students want to come because they have researchers like this that they have access to, which is quite powerful.
President Garamella?
Thank you. I just want to share that even though people don't talk about it often, many of us are first-gen students. We did, our parents didn't have these opportunities. We grew to what we are because of college education. And I think none of us forgets that students are the reason we're here. So it's not an accident that student success always leads. May not always be the sexiest stuff to kind of go over graphs and such, but I don't think the goals that Patty mentioned are aspirational. I think they're a plan. We will get there. We'll try our very best to get there, and I think we will be reporting to you every year or more often. So, and I guess I'll end on a note of none of this happens without a very strong team, an aligned team, people all working in the same towards the same goals. And I'm so proud of the small but mighty team we have, and that includes certainly the senior leaders, but our deans have been, I guess I will say, grateful and surprised and just so pleased that the deans are looking for leadership, looking for big goals, looking for a vision, and we meet often, and they are all excited about the direction we're going in. So again, we are the spokespeople, but there's a lot in this room that contribute to these goals. So I just, again, want to thank everyone again. Greg, stand up once, the guy who wrote up the code. Come on, just,
There it is.
that code is quite neat. Okay. So the team's fantastic. I just want to report back, but thank you for the opportunity to report to you.
All right. Next up, Student Regents Report. Regents Fisher and Garcia.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chair Goodyear. Regent Garcia and I have been really busy the last 2 months with a very different initiatives. One of the most exciting updates that I've been involved in is that we've finally conducted the last mental health listening session at ASU. So last year, we conducted our first 2 at NAU and U of A, and after a lot of work, we were able to conduct the last one at the Tempe USG office, which we're really grateful for. We would also like to thank Dr. Vogel and Dr. Krasnow at ASU for their coordination and support through that process, because it definitely was a lift. In terms of next steps, we'll be working with the ABOR team to find themes among what we heard from students, and then pairing that qualitative data with quantitative data to develop actual actionable recommendations and inform future well-being initiatives. This project has been a lot bigger than just us. Roxanne Murphy is not here today, but she's the director of post-secondary education at ABOR, and she's been so integral to this project, so we extend our thanks to her. A couple months ago, I got to attend the SHIO Basic Needs Data Academy with her, along with other Arizona University representatives, which was great to be a part of those conversations, as well as being able to speak on the opening panel with Director Sampson. I'm in the midst of my final year on the board, and I'm always honored to represent students, which Garcia has also been doing an incredible job with, so I will pass it off to him on his home turf.
Thank you, Regent Fisher, for your leadership and your example. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Chair Goodyear, Regent McCain, President Garamella, Executive Director Sampson, and Provost Prelock for joining us at our student government meet and greet yesterday. I am grateful for your openness to connect with student leaders from ASUA, ASNAU, and USG. I believe this event truly embodied the board's value of civil discourse, and we look forward to continuing our engagement with the student governments. On another note, I'm happy to report back on the Carnegie Summit on National Service. It was great meeting civic, military, and corporate leaders as we discuss future opportunities for Americans seeking to make a difference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, student regents. We have saved the best for last. So our final item is the report from the Arizona Faculty's Council, We have Dr. Elisa Kawam here.
Thank you. Nothing like being the last one on a long day. Good afternoon, Chair, Regents, leaders, and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity again to speak on behalf of the faculty from Arizona State University, the University of Arizona, and Northern Arizona University. I want to start today, in the spirit of our state, to talk about a new subject for us in this meeting, the value of the arts and humanities. As faculty, we affirm that the arts and humanities are foundational to Arizona's economy and, as foundational to Arizona's economy and culture as medicine, manufacturing, and commerce. Arts and humanities are essential and irreplaceable in promoting democratic values and civic discourse by providing us the opportunity to develop critical thought, curiosity, and inquiry. In times of uncertainty, people turn to the arts and humanities, movies, music, literature, dance, for meaning and connection. The arts and humanities are a sign of an advanced society. Universities, therefore, must be focused on STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So, let's start with some facts. According to a recent study from the Americans for the Arts and the Arizona Commission on the Arts, the arts and culture sector directly supports about 85,000 jobs in Arizona, generating nearly $16 billion annually for our state economy, and about $1 billion in event-related economic activity that would not otherwise exist. Surely, these are not abstract numbers. They represent real people, real communities, and real returns on investment. According to the American Alliance on Museums, arts and humanities institutions nationally support over 700,000 jobs, contribute $50 billion annually to U.S. GDP, and powerfully leverage public grants to attract private funding, often at a 4-to-1 or better ratio. According to a report by the Wall Street Journal, homes near museums appreciate 20 to 50% over time. In the span of a 10-year period, the full ROI of supporting arts and humanities in our communities ranges from about 5.5% to a little over 8% annually, breaking even on average within 6 to 8 years. It's pretty astounding. Importantly, these estimates exclude broader community benefits like defrayed social service costs, longitudinal learning gains, and increased tax revenue from developed and updated corridors. The nonprofit arts and culture industry alone produces substantial tax revenue and local economic growth, revitalizing downtowns from Flagstaff to Tucson and creating hubs of innovation statewide. Every dollar invested in arts and humanities education multiplies through tourism, local business, and creative enterprise. But the value of the humanities and arts extends far beyond economics. Our graduates are among the most employable and adaptable professionals in today's changing job market. Humanities alumni thrive in sectors ranging from technology and venture capital to law, public policy, and healthcare. In fact, they're in growing demand in the emerging AI economy precisely because of their strengths in language, critical thinking, and narrative construction, the very abilities AI cannot replicate. Unlike narrowly specialized training, the humanities teach people to think, feel, emote, and relate, not just do. They cultivate flexibility, agility, and lifelong learning, qualities that make graduates resilient as industries evolve. As faculty, we also believe that arts and humanities promote social cohesion by allowing us to see how others experience the world. If encouraged and supported, we see arts and humanities as a way to create more connected, more conversant, and more safe communities both on and off our campuses. The humanities remind us that innovation is a human story. One of our central commitments as faculty is to help students make human-centered choices, to understand that progress is not only a technical question, but an ethical and a social question. Arts and humanities create increased civic participation and volunteerism, help protect cultural literacy through historical understanding, reduce social isolation, enhance tourism, as well as make our communities just more enjoyable places to live and work. Our degrees and curriculum should allow for skill and workforce development, yes, but also in learning how to be in this world in concert with others and to serve the public good. Our degrees aim to train students to think broadly about human impact. A society rich in technical skill but poor in human understanding cannot sustain itself. It loses the capacity to connect innovation with purpose. The humanities offer Arizona something irreplaceable. They equip our students to make sense of change, to lead ethically, and to engage deeply with the communities they serve. They make technology humane, businesses responsible, and democracy meaningful. So today, we ask you, our esteemed Board of Regents, to continue to recognize, defend, and invest in the arts and humanities in our universities as strategic imperatives for Arizona's prosperity and civic life. Because Arizona's future will not be built by algorithms alone. It will be built by people, by imagination, empathy, and insight, and those are the gifts the humanities and arts provide in abundance. And finally, we want to take a moment to offer our warmest and most sincere thanks to Mark Denke for his friendship and support over the years. Mark, you have been an amazing partner, and we are indebted to you for your service and commitment to us. We wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement, and we will very much miss you. Thank you very much. We are happy to take any questions or comments you may have.
Regent Stein?
Thank you very much for those comments. What you said very much reflects my views, and I can't agree more strongly. I feel like sometimes all we talk about are hard sciences, and I personally believe that the most important skills we learn in college are to read and write. And so I thank you for reminding us of that, and I very much agree.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Just very eloquently put, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I want a copy of what you wrote, but
Sure.
our Dean of Humanities behind you is just beaming from ear to ear.
Yeah,
all the time.
yeah.
You know, you're speaking his language, this is
Sorry,
what
my
he
back
says,
seat.
he's quoted in newspapers about it. Our study abroad gift is in the humanities. I couldn't agree more that, especially in today's very complicated world, we cannot lose track of that. And certainly, I feel proud that the U of A, arts and humanities are a very large part of what our education is about. But I truly appreciate your focusing your comments so much just on that topic.
Thank you.
President Crow?
I'll just make a comment, to Regent Stein's comment. So I agree that we often spend time talking about these very large, expensive, $150, $200, $300 million buildings to do science and technology and so forth, because they're at the edge of the sort of immediacy of the economy. At the same time, we have more humanities majors than we've ever had. We have more art majors than we've ever had. We have more people interested in these subjects than we've ever had. We have whole new ways that we're teaching and educating. Particularly, I've been really astoundedly impressed by our faculty's embracing of students that are digitally engaged with them, that have then taught them that there's more than one way to learn philosophy. There's more than one way to teach English and learn English as an expressive form of creativity. And so for us, we don't spend a lot of time talking about that, but we are focused on that in multiple ways that we never were able to even 10 years ago.
Thank you, President Crow. Some housekeeping items before we adjourn. For those attending tonight's reception, it is at the Andrew Weil Center for Integrative Medicine, beginning at 5 p.m. Cart service is available to the reception and the Highland parking garage. For those attending the ComT Faculty Showcase Breakfast tomorrow, it is scheduled at 7:45 a.m. in room 322 in this building. Following the breakfast, the board is scheduled to reconvene an executive session at 9 a.m. for President Crow's and President Garamella's review of assignments. The board is now in recess. Thank you.
Is everything over here?
Oh.